All right. So, Deathwatch kill teams still function with the standard red housing bolters and weapons. Easy enough. They'll have a chapter colored shoulder pad from what I've been told. So I've got an ultramarine, I've got a blood angel, I've got a dark angel. I thought this guy was the dark angel. Now I'm confused. I've got it's Imperial Fist, right? This guy. This shoulder pad is going to have to be yellow, so I'm going to have to do some work fixing that one up. Yeah, I've got two Blood Angel shoulder pads here. No, one's a Dark Angel, one's a Blood Angel. I thought this guy was the Dark Angel. With the hood. I might be wrong. But they're going to be... Their shoulder pads will be standard color. Just wait until you lose your car keys in a Taco Bell bag in the fridge. Nice. Hit the find your phone button on the Apple Watch earlier while your phone was right in front of you. Oh boy. Okay. Anyhow, where's my Bullet Betty? Where is my Bullet Betty? So, the left shoulder and the left arms are silver on these guys. Pretty much straight up, from what I can tell. So what I'm going to do, my basically what I start with most of the time, an undercoat on metallic layers of Bullet Betty is a nearly black metallic cuttlefish, which I love using as my undercoat base. I recommend, a slightly darker color. She's married to a stoner, that will 100% happen. Where are my keys? Honey, have you checked the Taco Bell bag? Where's the Taco Bell bag? Honey, have you checked the refrigerator? Where's the refrigerator? Honey, have you checked the kitchen? We have a kitchen? My plan is to have some fun with these guys. Just a little bit. My 3 days sick. Second has just been me doing your best Kirby Yoshi impression. Nom 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 nom. Eat all of the things. That's good though. Healthy appetite. Healthy appetite is good stuff. I'm glad you appreciated it. Glad you appreciated it, Helen. Someday, when the end times are done, and all of the plagues are past for a time, and we get a respite from it, we're gonna have to get together. You guys are, relatively speaking, somewhat close to me geographically. ¿Dónde están las pinches laves? Did I even say that remotely close to correctly? It occurred to me after I opened my mouth. It really is, and I'm in the western part, so it's not like you've got to navigate your way all the way into Boston or something like that. Here I am being careful to get no metallic on the arm when the arm is silver, and I need to make sure that it's metallic as well. Not bad? Okay, good. As long as I didn't absolutely trash it and offend folks. It was relatively accurate. Okay. The only note is double L makes the Y sound. Ah. So it's llaves? Yeah, yeah, no, I get it. Yep. Now that I make my mouth make the noise, I totally understand. I totally understand. Llaves. Yeah. The two L's like yeah, yeah, yeah. Got it. Got it. ¿Dónde están las pinches llaves? Ooh, that'd be interesting, Charello. Comprende poquito español. Yeah. Me too. Me too. Uh, Similar for me. Je comprends français un peu. Un peu. Very little. Very little. 36 months of retail, 90% of your coworkers speak Spanish, you end up learning some. That would be 100% true. I get it. Entiendo así así, pero hablo poquito, yo comprendo despacito. Okidoki. Je ne peux parler en français. Alright, there we go. Tess actually speaks a good chunk of Spanish. Um, my sister actually uh, speaks it fluently, almost like a native. I am the president of Burundi. What else is silver on these guys? I think this little controller up the top is going to do the metallics. I'm going box arty with these guys. We're not going super crazy. The customized portions are literally the chapter shoulder pads. We'll just get some color blocking done. I think most of today is going to be getting the color blocking and figuring out what's going where, folks. Hilarious when I was putting extra monitors, PC accessories, kids loved it when I logged off at 5 and started the barbecue. Yeah. And I think so. Here's the question: Is this dude's shield? Is this dude's shield entirely or silver, or is it just the runic? And I'm thinking it's just going to be the runic on front-facing right side. Shield left, front-facing right. We'll do this. Life in which we live is wrought with torment. Yeah. I mean, it's an accurate statement. It doesn't have to be, but it always is there. That's why we have friends, loved ones, and family. Help us get around that garbage. The box art is half silver, half black. Okay. I know that the inquisitorial eye here has silver on it, and then the bit in the middle I think is red. I am remembering correctly. I'm not going to worry too much about getting on black because black is pretty easy to touch up. But I am going to get metallic on other parts. I'm going to try not to make too much of a mess, he says. Aha! Um, but I think stuff like these cables. I know the trim on this is gold. I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to get this metallic border dealt with. Go back in afterward and really kind of neaten up the black. You don't have to be super crazy as far as getting stuff started. As long as your paint layers are smooth, and I say this pretty much all the time, so folks who are regulars have heard me say this over and over and over and over and over again. Paint layers being smooth make the rest of your job so much easier. This blade, I want to do with this blade. I think this blade is going to be something funky, so we're not necessarily going to hit that yet. Although the hilt and the guard are going to be probably gold. Get over some of it. But making sure that your layers are smooth means that if you do make a mistake, it's easy to go back over it and not have it look like you're painting with toothpaste. Hey, good morning, Snack. How have you been? Wanted to stop and let you know they got some pretty not awesome news a few minutes ago, so I might be disappearing for a little while. Don't panic, I will return. I just need time to process. Understood. If there's anything we can do to help, Snack, let me know. Always welcome. No need to thank. It has been a bit. Been a bit. Little inquisitorial eye on the back here. Port strut driven into the ground. No, Fox, I thought you were closer to New York. I didn't think you were upstate. Upstate means you're like definitely in my neighborhood. I think that's actually a reasonable friggin' drive from me. Not like something super crazy. Nice. I keep toying with the idea of maybe attempting to get to Adepticon. Um, Partially to just meet some folks, like to actually meet some folks in person. Although they say never meet your heroes in person, so I don't know if I should be doing that. But um, I just don't know what I would do because I don't really play any 40k or fantasy, and I don't know what other games they got going on there. Because I might also be able to turn that into um, Tiamat delivery for Violet Fox. I would probably hit their place first and then turn around and come back and hit Adepticon on the way back. Also, I might need to do something like rent a car if I'm doing that. Wouldn't want to leave test without a car. Because it would be like 16 hours to get there if I drive. Um, and I mean, it's a long drive. Especially if you're flying solo. But I haven't painted like 40k stuff. I did the tanks for Demented one and the chaplain for Rhino. But prior to that, it had been a very, very long time. But just painting on foot Space Marines is weird. Yeah, I had a theory yesterday, and I think the theory is playing out. I mean, we do have No Fox and Hell's Vixen as bonus viewers today. Um, but I have more people right now than I had most of yesterday. And I think it's because I'm running in the Warhammer category. There are 3 Blood Bowl events and tourneys. Interesting. I don't know if I'd be into tourneys. Like, I don't feel the need to be like super bonkers competitive in those games. Like, I like playing competitively, and I'm not just gonna roll over and let somebody win. But they can be kind of stressful if I've got myself to a point where I'm thinking that there's a whole bunch on the line, and then the dice screw me over, and then a Stupor Bowl. We'd probably turn an Adepticon trip into visiting family trip too, since my mom lives west of. Yeah, there you go. You built the Verminator Blood Bowl Star Player recently? Nice. Yeah, they've had a bunch of stuff to worry about. Board game library, nice. You're running demo games and tourneys all week. That's cool. Going to use him as a unit champion for Rad Ogres. Great idea. I mentioned this in the stream chat on the Discord, but I'm going to mention it again here. The Black Orc team and the Lizard Man team that I painted up, those guys are up for sale. Rhino's going to be in the open play area. You haven't bought the game yet. Man, can you just get the rules as opposed to getting the whole box? You might be able to. I can't remember anymore. Signed papers, got keys. That's exciting. Because as soon as you get the keys, it's like move-in time. Let's start throwing all my junk in the house. You guys got some fancy, like, I don't know what those are. PDAs. You're looking at new houses too? It's definitely a seller's market at the moment. So be a little wary of that. Don't get discouraged if people don't accept your offers, because a lot of folks are expecting to get a good chunk over what their house is estimated at. Took next week off, and your dad's coming up to help since you're not supposed to do anything crazy. Nice. Honestly, Helen, if you guys aren't super duper far away from me, I'd be willing to come help as well. The only reason was the baby. You had the baby bonus. Housing prices currently are a little ridiculous. If I decided to sell mine right now as is, like by the time midsummer rolls around, when we get the geothermal in there, I could probably sell this for almost 100 grand over what I bought it for, which is a little insane. The seller wanted the baby to have a house, and then you cried. That's reasonable. You had to go quite a bit, yeah. Thank you for the lurk there, Mark. I appreciate it. I need to figure out how to edit video, because I'm gonna want to go over this one before I upload it to YouTube, and like cut out things like I think the stream raiders scenes and my lunch break and stuff like that. So when I upload these, it's just the important parts. I don't have good video editing software, and I'm sure that if I get into that, I'll go down that rabbit hole, and then I'm stuck doing video editing. This is a Blood Angels encrusted sword. Plan to fix up the backyard, repaint, redo the kitchen, pull the carpet out of the bedrooms. This is a 5 to 10 year house. We've been in ours. We'll have been in ours for 9. as of the middle of the summer this year. I just got new doors on ours. Not the insides, just the actual like entry doors. Yeah, we keep putting new stuff on this house. And when people say stuff like, "Why are you doing that? You plan on living in that house forever?" My like I turn my brain goes full aggro. And I'm like, even if I don't, it's a responsible thing to do to make sure the person I sell this house to doesn't have any issues to deal with. Because that's one of the things I was attempting to do when we were looking for this house. I didn't want to have a whole bunch of crap to deal with. Happened anyway, because the person who owned this house previous had done a remodeling and they just they chinsed out on a whole bunch of stuff. And yeah, putting on new stuff never stops. And there's a good chance that when Tess and I build, we will not be selling this house. We're going to keep it and likely rent it as an additional source of income. Because I have no idea if any sort of retirement funds are going to be around by the time I retire. You know what I mean? So it'll be part of our retirement plan, I think. If I can get one or two more, then we should be okay. Yeah, do it yourself. Do it yourself is fine as long as you do it right. Yep. And the person who did the remodeling on this house did a couple of things okay. But they definitely tried. I think they were trying to flip the house. They were in the house for 4 years, though. And I'm like, there are definitely some spots that are like, nah. The pellet stove that was in here was garbage when we moved in. We had to replace that in the first 7 months. As long as you're open about the issues with your home, there's no shaming that getting something fixed as part of the negotiation process. Yeah, exactly. But like in the event that Tess and I sell this house, or that sometime down the road Leona has to sell the house or something like that, like it's not something I want her. I want them to be negotiating at a position of strength as opposed to being like, well, there's this problem and this problem, and it's going to lower the value of the house. I don't know. I don't plan on going anywhere super soon. Like Tess and I are planning on building a new house in the next 5-ish years or so, 3 to 5, depending on how we can get things going and if we can find a good piece of property. We've also got a friend of ours who wants to go in on the property so we can double the size of the property and also do the house, so we can maybe get like package deals on getting the house done properly. This guy's got muscles engraved on his armor. It's so weird. I'm not gonna do them like in shiny or anything like that. They're gonna be black like the rest of the armor. There's a difference between maintenance and improvements, absolutely. House you got is obviously we tried to make this look nice, but had only about 75% of a clue how to do that. Their heart was in it. Muscles in the armor is a Blood Angel thing. Yeah. I figured. I knew it was a Blood Angel thing. It was just, I think it's going to be black like everything else, and I'll do the highlights and the detailing on the black. A lot of today is going to be color blocking, working stuff out, figuring out where the actual colors are going to be on these guys. This gun is bonkers. I'm guessing that these are probably going to end up being big old brass ammo canister whatevers. This guy's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 shots on that belt. And if at most 3 or 4 more shots inside that box. So this guy's got like 12 rounds. What is this gun? It's insane. I've never seen one of these on a figure before. I think I asked this question. It's like a heavy bolter with an extra thingamajigger on the end of it. A suppressed heavy bolter. That would never work. I'm also a little curious about how many bits were left over from this box. Looks like a frag cannon. Okay, so maybe it's like a one-shot heavy weapon with a blast radius or something like that. Oh, I was saying I'm curious to know how many bits are left over from the Deathwatch Killteam box. One of those things where half of the price you pay for GW stuff is for pieces you don't actually end up using. Yeah, okay, so he actually kit bashed some of these together with other pieces, which makes a lot of sense. That's really the way you should do it. How the hobby works. Dash Miki, welcome. Good morning. How are you? I'm gonna guess that you just finished working out, doing your morning self-care routine. It was about the same time yesterday when you popped in, right? I have been having a hell of a time getting myself to get back into the exercise routine. No? I'm wrong. That's what happens to me. Grim Gambit Studio, what's up? Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. My Instagram is woefully devoid of a lot of finished products because I took down my entire setup for taking photos. So I appreciate that you think I did a good job on a lot of those. A lot of those are mostly unfinished. Deathwatch Killteam has a list of pieces: 7 heads, 5 pads, 18 right pads, 5 bolt guns, 5 power swords, 2 thunder hammers, 1 frag cannon, 2 shields, 2 shotguns, 1 heavy bolter, 1 stalker bolt gun, 2 maces, 1 xenophase blade, and it's for 5 dudes. Well, that's awesome. Oh geez, Pistol's giving me the push-ups. Yeah, it sort of helps. Give me a sec, and I'll deal with that. You're waking up, about to make some coffee and try and get your son to the bus, then you have your workout. Got it. Grey Knight's box had a lot of superfluous bits. You figured you'd lurk? I appreciate that lurk. Absolutely appreciate that lurk. I see this guy's got a backpack full of extra frag cannon shots. So with the stuff that's included on the backpack, it makes that he would probably have a significant number of rounds. Unless these are some sort of grenade thingers. Been so long since I really delved into what each bit was on a GW figure. Doing a dark metallic undercoat for anybody who has just showed up. On some of the metal bits. So my metal bits, I use a dark metallic color to start, and I work up. I usually do a accent wash with it. The undercoat, I'm using a color called Bullet Betty. It's from Cephalopod Studios. Their Cuttlefish Colors line. They're a United States-based company. Absolutely fantastic. Lovely people. Paints are really nice to work with. All right, so this guy is the Dark Angel. He's got a big old bonk bonk in his hand. Need a little bit more. I gotta do those 20 push-ups. Question is, do I have a good camera angle for this? The answer is probably not. I don't have a lot of room down here either. Also sounds to me like the solar panel guys just came by. Not like I'm going to worry about it too much. All right, there we go. That should be enough room. Should be able to work around this. 3, 5, 7, 8. 17, 19, 20. Oh boy. Here. Good call. Thank you. All right. My thought is that I will do the majority of the metals first. Distinguished gentlemen, where do those hats go? I know where those hats are. There's a non-zero chance that those hats have spiders in them. Hold on a sec. I think the top hat might be in this room. This reminds me, I've actually got to reach back out to the folks who are doing the drywall in my house. Be like, hey, roof leak problem resolved. Come on back in. It is. Yep. Yep. Benjamin Proverb test. Bullet Betty is named after the artist. Yep. Bullet Betty is named after Betty. Betty did the logo for Cephalopod Studios. And Betty also redesigned their paint labels. So their octopus on here, depending on what like which set of colors these are in, the octopus changes color. So the full range of green has the green ones, the red has the red ones. We've got like browns and yellows, so flesh tony type guys, so you can kind of keep your sets organized on all of the new stuff. The bone color is in the sort of brown range as well. Yep, she also helped them with the website. Yeah, she did a lot of work with them. I have a color with them, Chromomancer Purple, my color. If you guys are looking to get some paints, some miniatures, or some other supplies from them, we have a discount code. I don't know if that came by at all. Exclamation point cuttlefish, I think, is what I have it set for. That'll get you a big chunk. Now you know why your ears were burning. Speaking of the man himself. Yep. How are you this morning? Cephalopod Studios in the house while I'm talking about their paints. Yep, we're doing Deathwatch Killteam today for Thistle. And there it is. Sir, I am getting low on some colors. Freezing your arse off. Without heat. What? Without heat? Yeah, me too. I've been without heat since before Christmas. In the lower portion of the house. I've got my pellet stove running, trying to heat the rest of the house. What happened to yours? You have a furnace die? Get everything in here. Upside, you've got a great shoulder workout splitting firewood for the last 3 weeks. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've just been lugging in bags of pellets. I ordered another ton of pellets yesterday that should be here inside of the week. And that's been my once a month. Been my once a month. Bring in 2,000 pounds worth of pellets. Yeah, the only difference with fireplace heat, Thistle, is that it radiates from one point in the house as opposed to a furnace, which is going to heat everything. But you know that. The furnace blows probably through ducting and stuff like that. So it's a generalized heat. Like, the bedrooms in my house are 5 to 8 degrees colder than the rest. Everyone's gonna curl up on the floor in front of the fireplace. If my fireplace was in my living room, we might do that. Like we might have camped out in front of the fireplace, but it's not. It's like in the midpoint of the house, which is where sort of my entryway mudroom is. Essentially a hallway. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That's for sure. I'm sure that they've done a thorough cleaning on it since he had to have been using it since the beginning of the month to mainly heat the house. Lower living room, one in the master bedroom. You got one in the master bedroom? That's kind of awesome. All right. Next step, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go in. It does make it difficult to paint when you can't feel your fingers. That's like last week, I had a leak in the dining room and a flooded basement. So it was 46 degrees down here. The floor was wet. My carpet in the corner over here was wet. So yeah, that's why I didn't stream much last week. So I get you. I totally understand that. It sucks. We're currently dealing with the roof leak issue. I had to wrestle with some solar panel people. That's an entire story in itself. Little ice dams forming between my solar panels, so I had to have them come out and fix it. And they're like, "Oh, it's not solar panel related," and I was like, "Bullshit." Uh-uh. No, 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 no. It's true. That is a true statement. But yeah, I've got a pellet stove that I'm using for primary heat currently. So it was a more recent install. So this is level 99 platinum. And what I'm doing is I'm working this up a little bit. I'm gonna hit the upraised areas. I start working my metals upwards. So the tops are going to be highly reflective because in this case I'm making the light source seem like it's coming from directly above, because why not? I'm going to leave some bits darker underneath. I'm not going to necessarily completely cover up Bullet Betty. Because I want these to be nice shiny silver, so I want to make the lighting difference, the contrast difference between stuff from underneath and stuff from above be pretty dramatic so that it looks really shiny. Yeah, the pellet stove. I'm very happy with my pellet stove. Um, they definitely take a little bit of maintenance. Like, you got to keep on them. It's not something that you can just let run and go like a furnace. But I don't mind it too much. At this point, I could probably disassemble my pellet stove entirely and put it back together and still have it work. I've done it enough times. I've taken enough pieces off individually over the last 9 years. I'm just going to keep working around this guy, looking for the up-facing panels, like anything that's top-down, if I'm thinking about it this way. I'm looking to get this color on them. So edges of upward facing edges of the magazines, upward facing edges of the metal bits on the rifle components. I'll do my best thistle to not include complementary cat fuzz. After I'm done with this layer, I'm going to get a smaller brush to start working with the lighter silvers. Because I'll need to be able to get just sections of it that are much smaller. Unless complementary cat fuzz is desired, at which point I have a surplus and could include it. You have your own fuzz factory. Well, there you go. This guy's got some shells, bolter shells strapped to his chest as well, so I'm going to make sure I get those. Alright, pretty good so far. Work my way around to the other guys. Pick out the insides of all these little vent pieces as well. 18-year-old Calico who loves to mark my black workout pants with her fuzz. Yep. Yeah, we've got a 18-year-old Maine Coon who is down to one pointy tooth. And insists on sleeping in the clean laundry. This is going to be worked up to gold. This trim right here. Thistle, you're looking for essentially like box art with the custom chapter shoulders and stuff like that. You're not looking for anything like crazy go nuts, like customized, right? Both Jarwin though. The Wraith actually makes a really great upfront tank. Box art was the deal. Good. Yep, that's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure. I'll probably ask again before I'm done with this project because I'll forget about it. Go back to my own recording and make sure. So I'm lightly dragging the brush over all the letters on this portion of the shield. Just gonna hit, it'll just hit the letters themselves. You don't have to, you know, the trick with your brushes is you don't need a lot of pressure for the paint to come off. You just need to be patient. And the lighter your touch, the more accurate you'll be. That's the bit of practice. Smooth paints, light touch, and you'll be able to really get effects that you're looking for. That's this thing, right? That's this sword, the Xenophase blade. Hey, Red Okay. Yeah, I'm going to play around with that a little bit. That's for sure. That thing looks kind of interesting. Meetings and proposals are right. Thank you for stopping in. Like I said, I'm hoping to get these guys done within a week or so. You know, you need them by Adepticon, so I want to make sure that they're ready. Good luck on the meetings and proposals. What's that? Vanessa Miniatures, new follower. Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome to the workshop. How are you doing? You got this, Thistle. You are a fantastic individual. You are talented. You are awesome. You'll rock. You'll rock this particular task. I have full confidence. I'm going to leave the little finger on this gauntlet the darker color so that I get a really nice setup on the contrast. I'll get the top of the thumb on this side. I'll get the guard on the sword. I am Vanessa Minis. I am indeed. I'm up in the northeast. It's currently 11:39. Oh, holy crap, we had a battle to run, didn't we? I think I completely lost track of that. I have a Stream Raiders battle to take care of real quick. We'll do that. Yeah, East Coast. Alright, let me do this real fast. See how we did. Where do we deploy? We clustered entirely in upper left-hand corner. Let us get. You know what? I think I want to haste everybody. We're in a small group. I should be able to hit everyone with it. No. We'll go fast. Shank. There we go. Got a couple of rogues zipping all over the field looking for these towers. Blah. Don't you guys get killed. Get past all of those. Blah. Nice. Now start shanking people. That was nice. That worked out really well. Alright. Port Red Jar with the extra bits. And then we're on to the boss, everybody. Boss time. What is this thing? The Necron Monolith is what it is. And we're sitting down low. What does this do? Facility level 10 looks like it adds a buff aura. Calls dark energy from the sky and zaps all nearby units dealing damage. Lovely. Well, frankly, I'm gonna drop some artillery right in the middle of the board. You guys can pick and choose as you will. I'm gonna continue with the application of platinum. I might do the same thing on this guy's crested helmet. Depends on how I feel when I get to it, really. No, you know what? he? He's an ultra. He's an ultramarine. Home chapter. So, Vanessa Miniatures, what brings you by this morning? Seeing some new faces, new user IDs. Don't usually do a lot of Warhammer stuff, but I'm doing it for a client today. Checking out for other Warhammer painting channels. Nice. Hey, Joe Ferk, how you doing? Yeah, I paint pretty much whatever anybody wants me to paint. And today, I happen to be working on a Killteam. I used to run a GW store in the western part of Massachusetts. That was some 10 or 12 years ago at least. So it's been a little while. Yeah, do you have a favorite faction? I was a big Dark Eldar player. Right before my shop closed, I started building a Tau army though. I'm doing all right. I am doing all right. Thank you for asking. Harlequins are lovely. I think I've always been an Eldar leaning player. I like the Eldar stuff. But Harlequins are definitely are really cool. I like them because they get Dark Eldar and regular Eldar. There you go. Painting up some Grey Knights. No fantasy. I now okay. You're talking to me, Port, or are you talking to somebody else? Dark Eldar have some really nice models. Intellis is one of my favorites, but I've never seen it in person. I don't know which one that is. Sounds like a newer figure. Yeah, I had 2,000 points of Dark Eldar for 40k. I had another 2,000 points of Tau that I was working on. I had a couple of smaller armies in 40k. Some Eldar, and the occasional like promotional Space Marine release small group that I would have to play with people when they came out. So I did Dark Angels, I did Black Templars. But when you switched over to Warhammer Fantasy, I had about 9,000 points of Dark Elves. I had about 12,000 points of Orcs. I had about 2,000 points of Wood Elves. I had 2,000 points of a Slaanesh Daemonet army. Like, I was more into Warhammer Fantasy than I was into 40k. That is an absolute fact. And then they Age of Sigmar'd it while I wasn't looking, like when I wasn't playing the game. And I went, "What the heck just happened?" I have not played GW games other than Blood Bowl in a very long time. Tantalus is the Forge-World skimmer. Large hover sail barge thingy. Interesting. The fact that it's Forge World means you probably will never see one in person. Because that stuff is expensive. Like, GW figures are expensive. Full stop. Forge World stuff is beyond. I don't even know anymore. To be honest, Benjamin, when I was running my shop, 40k was strong, fantasy was strong. We had a couple of folks who started in 40k and then started playing Warhammer Fantasy. We had a couple of folks who started playing Lord of the Rings and then started playing Warhammer Fantasy. So we had a pretty strong showing of Warhammer Fantasy at my shop in particular. And around New England, it was pretty good. But Age of Sigmar seems to be doing okay in the area. I haven't been out to more than 2 hobby shops in the past 3 or 4 years at this point. The one close to me is an alright shop. The one a little farther away is an absolutely fantastic shop, but I haven't. When we had the resurgence up in New England, I was like, I'm going to stay inside and stay away from people who don't understand how to wear a mask. And, you know, I haven't been out and about playing with folks for a bit. But I haven't played Warhammer Fantasy in at least a decade. Somebody stole my Dark Elves, and then I sold my Orcs. Keeping your Bretonians on square bases. You have your Army of Skaven on round in case you end up playing either game. There you go. I think, don't get me wrong, like, I thought that there was a way somebody was doing um somebody was doing bases where you had like an oval base but it fit into a rectangular socketed secondary base, so you could actually do either. I don't know where I saw that, but you might be able to get like movement trays where the circular bases fit in. Oh, it has an etched brass deck. That sounds really cool. Sounds like it's a sort of a Jabba the Hutt sail barge sort of thing. Like a huge raider. Correct. Yeah, that is true. Like what was the have you guys seen shoot, there's a company from Boston actually that's doing a miniatures game. Um Conquest, is it? Shoot, I can't remember what it's called. I know that No Fox was talking about it once, and I think No Fox was talking about like price point comparisons. Round peg, square hole. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep, that's true. Maybe I was just dreaming. I thought that the Age of Sigmar bases were bigger overall. Because the old Warhammer Fantasy bases, the square ones, were smaller, generally speaking, than the round bases. And if the Age of Sigmar round bases were bigger, the square stuff might fit on the round base. But I might just be making stuff up in my own head at this point. I thought I had seen something. If you can actually, if you can actually hear that, they're doing some adjustments on my roof. Not big enough. Got it. Unfortunate. Magnetize every single piece so that you can swap bases. A lot of magnets. Just barely heard the buzzing. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's not crazy. It's not super loud. I just because it's like there's a space between me down here, the dining room floor, and then the ceiling, and then up on the roof. So I don't expect it to be loud, but as I'm doing these metallic bits, I'm trying to make it so that I'm only really working on the tops of the metal parts. The bits that would be directly facing our light source, which is going to be that way. Light source is from up here. So the lighter colors, lighter metallics are going up on the top, leaving the darker metallics underneath. You only have about 90 something magnets at the moment. I've got a bunch of little teeny ones. Got 300 2mm by 1mm round magnets. Those are too small. I'd probably need the 5mm ones. You got those little ones? Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're good. They're good for small scale figures, weapon swaps and things like that. Like they'd be good for swapping in on these Marines. If I had contact points, like if I put them on the shoulders, I could just snap it right down. Pop the arms on and off. Yeah, no worries. I was just curious. I think it would take a bit of extra work to be able to make it so that your figures could be used in either Age of Sigmar or Warhammer Fantasy. Um, and you know, maybe it's worth it if you're really invested in having like Skaven in both. I could see that being a project. I could see that being something that might be worthwhile for folks. It would not be a quick project to complete, but it would certainly look pretty cool in the outset, being able to swap. Might be something where instead of putting any sort of super glue on the bases of figures, you would replace it with like a little metal disc or something. You put them on a flocked and based metal disc bit, and then put one magnet in the shaped base. You have both. I used to have a bunch. I got rid of like all of them eventually. I was doing some cleaning when I was changing, when I was moving into this house, and I think I tossed 3 or 4 trash bags full. But I want the haft of this hammer to be. No, I think I want the haft of this hammer to be a different color. It might be red like the other stuff. I'm gonna stop putting metallic colors on that. So I'm specifically not doing the underside right here. I'm gonna leave that the darker metallic. I will get the tops of these and then bits down in here a little. Actually, maybe I'll do this color in there. We'll leave the deep crevices, Bullet Betty. This is probably going to be my mid. Get a monkey with a barrel to paint. For what? Donkey Kong? A powder monkey? There you go. Just for fun. Ah, it's a Reaper Mini. Okay. So I'm fairly confident that we're going to go through a fairly plain, somewhat ugly phase on these minis. Like, we're working up colors, we're working slowly across a couple different guys, so I miss it. This guy's little backpack sensor array. That happens with pretty much anything. So you took out some TurboDork paint and did your nails up. Nice! Oh, that's a great idea. Some color shift on your nails would look really cool. I may have to do that. Idea stolen. Go. Boosted. You're boosted. Boosted the idea. What's up, Noah? You just got boosted. I can imagine it probably looks really freaking cool. Like, I'm just thinking about the 3, 6, 8 colors that I've got here for the color shift TurboDork stuff. If nobody has told you yet today, you're an excellent DM, a helpful teacher, and you spark joy. Please drink some water. There you go. Mark's got you covered. No, Mark gets to stay. Mark gets to hang out. You messed up everything you did yesterday. Hopefully nothing was critical. It was like final version. Yeah. Well, everybody has those. Everyone has those. All right, moving up to gunmetal. Moving to a slightly smaller brush. Now what I'm doing is I'm attempting to get kind of a highlight stage on a lot of the upraised sections, and we're going mostly straight up for the silvers. And I'm only going to go like halfway down shoulder pads themselves. Think about where the light would be reflecting the most. And I'm gonna drag it down over the lettering because the lettering has a lot of angles on it. Is going to pick up reflections. I'm gonna go down from the top, overbrush a bit, and I'm gonna hit the corners. Some of the direct flat surface areas and the upper sides of the trim. I just put my foot on the floor outside of the pad that I usually stand on, which is a rubber pad, anti fatigue pad or whatever, and my floor is cold. And that's through a sock. Oh, we got the doobly doos. Battle is ready to go. Get some more of this on here. Hit that battle, and then I'll grab some lunch. And we'll be back and we'll keep working. Anything that's up high, you definitely want to make sure you get. Good idea. I'll get my drink behind me. The barrel on this plasma gun, we're gonna work in a little bit of the old heat discoloration, because you got to do that on plasma guns. Yeah, if any of you folks are any folks are new to the channel, just coming in to hang out, if you do miniature painting or art of any kind, please feel free to share. Vandrus? What? What's up, Vandrus? How have you been? My favorite trash panda in the world. Welcome. Thank you for that raid. How are you? I saw you were streaming the last campfire. I am unfamiliar with that game. For me, I thought briefly that you were talking about Don't Starve, but I am incorrect. There's a forum. Thank you. How you doing? Cowboy Braxton, how you doing? What is up, everybody? You guys are popping in right as I'm about to do a little bit of Stream Raiders battle, and then I was going to grab myself some lunch, but maybe I'll stick around a little bit longer. Thank you for that follow. $20 viewer raid. Thank you very much. You have painted so many D&D miniatures. Me too. I want to say I've done 200 or 300 in the past year and a half. Yes, it never ends. It never ends. It is a fantastic hobby. I've been enjoying it for quite a long time. You need to get some before you can paint them. That's true. How are you guys doing? How was the Vandris stream? Xander Jiggles. Thank you for the follow. Very cool name. Just the images. The images in my head. Little jiggles. Alright, I'm going to do the stream round about it real fast, see how people are doing. We got a good chunk of folks on the board. That's really cool. Oh, I see Mercurial Mark's teddy bear. Alright. For artillery purposes, we're dropping down high ground. We'll get some mini shoots. What you make? I am painting up some Warhammer 40k Deathwatch Killteam Space Marines. They need to be done and shipped to the client in time for Adepticon at the end of March. I got them last week, and I'm trying to do my best to get them worked on and all set. So once they're finished, I can show them, and I can basically make sure that the client is good to go and approves, and then I'll ship them out. Wow, who is... Okay, yeah, we're dropping some artillery on the tower, which is good. Ow, it's zapping us. We got it. What the heck is that? That's a big robot. That's a huge robot. That makes me nervous. Get him! What is this thing? What is this? What's this super eye? Choose the super eye. Is it healing the other guy? Can't be healing the other guy, right? There we go. They should got the super eye. Mr. Oreo, thank you very much for that follow. There we go. Good job. Boss defeated. Teal port. Weathering cephalopod. Extra bits. Very nice. Boss has been defeated. Fan freaking tastic. Got some scrolls onto a new level. We're looking for the glitched levels. There's one up here. There's one down here. Then there's one here. So it looks like we can hit 2 if we go down low. So I'm going to start by going down low. Plus there's a gold chest down here. There's a green chest up there, but if we go down this way... Oh, we missed this guy, but we get a gold chest, a shiny gold chest, and a blue chest. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. Maybe once you finish your course and get settled in the industry, I'll be able to pick up the hobby. For now, even playing D&D is a struggle. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Like, D&D is the best time to have with friends. Like, it is for me, it's like the excuse that I need to make sure I get together with friends on a regular basis. But hopefully, once you finish up, like you said, you'll be able to get into doing some of that. All right. I need to run upstairs and grab my lunch. Maybe I'll grab it and come back down real quick. Then I'll keep working on these guys. Freezing in the rain, you have a problem. What's this problem? What's the trouble, Bubbles? I'm not worrying about... I'm going to be painting all of this, so I'm not worried about getting any other paint colors on it, so... Ooh, pray your Photoshop file saved. I got all my toes crossed for you. Hard to cross my fingers while I'm painting. I got some of them crossed. All right. On this section, I got to remember I'm not doing any more along the trim because that's going to be gold. So I don't need to worry about that because I'll be taking a little turn on the metallics and doing gold there instead of more silver. You don't want to lose 2 pages of studies in my thumbnailing progress. No, definitely not. These coils are gonna get some more work later on. I'm gonna change up those colors a little bit. Then I gotta get in here and make sure I get all of the lettering. And again, I can gently bring my brush back and forth over it. Essentially almost dry brushing, but not quite. Sure, I can get all these letters. They're safe. Excellent. I can uncross my toes. There we go. Autosaves are a lifesaver sometimes. Let's get this shoulder. I'm gonna have to get onto this shoulder. We're gonna do some black ink later on. Black ink is gonna help me pick out most of the letter details on these shoulders. Did Vandrus raid and run? Did Vandrus have to bounce? They said it was a super cute game, and then it's the last I heard. These are made by Games Workshop. I do a lot of 3D printing. I haven't done... She has a no bones day. Makes sense. So these are for a client. They are for their son. They're done by Games Workshop. I do 3D print a lot of my figures. Do I have a D&D 3D printed figure here? It's white primed, so it's gonna wash out a little bit. But this is a 3D print that I made. That was actually done on Eldritch Foundry, a website that we have a partnership with. And I haven't done any real 3D sculpting myself, although I want to start learning how to do it. The Last Campfire is a cute puzzle game. It was fun stream, but you did have an ooh speak moment. Yeah, I have a copy of Blender, as it is free. I haven't spent the time yet getting into it to really figure it out. And I mean, I there are so many other amazing like 3D sculpting artists that I follow and or have subscriptions on through My Mini Factory. David Arroyo has some good tutorials. Excellent. I'll have to check those out. I'd love to get started. Most of the sculpting I actually do is with green stuff or putty, and I build extra bits for minis sometimes. He's your teacher? Nice. Do you do 3D sculpting? Again, it's one of those things where if I could get good at it so I could do them in a reasonable time, I could custom my own figures in 3D and then print them, and that would be like my ultimate like D&D nerddom. I just sculpt my own minis and print them. Concept artist, nice. Makes sense. Remember that I have a little Inquisitor eye on the back of that backpack. Makes sense, freezing in the rain. Now you're going down the rabbit hole of Eldritch Foundry. Uh-huh. You're welcome. You can have them print the figures and send them to you, or you can download the STL files and have somebody like me print them for you, just so you know. I actually kind of like my prints better. No, I think Red is saying goodbye to work. Hey, Dash. One last kind of pass over this section. Alright, I need to grab some lunch real quick. I mean, the background noise you put on while watching me. Give me a couple minutes here. I'm going to run upstairs. I'm going to grab some food real fast, and I'll come back down. Maybe I'll munch it down here or something. We'll keep going. We got a good chunk of viewers. I gotta check in with Tess. I gotta check in with those guys that are working on my roof. So give me a moment. Grab a drink. Refresh your drink. Grab a stretch. We will be back. Your son's bus was all the way by the airport and was basically 20 minutes late. Yikes. Be in college forever. Yep. All right. I'll be back. Don't go nowhere. Alright, I'm back. Gotta catch up on my chat. Hold on. Move this. You've been the licensed did public transport for 2 years. My son was still 4 months old when I started. All the way across town, long walk home. Taking a drink. Again. You're getting certified in TFL so you can work elsewhere. Your partner, which is hard to do. As a USAian. There you go. You got a question? Look on Takina Uso. Shoot. Go for it. I may have an answer. You're going to be making a fully custom battle map. Should it be an orc vehicle large enough to be played on, or an underhive resource transporter? Well, that's a damn good question. Underhive resource transporter sounds to me like it could be used in different, more than a couple of different scenarios. What are we doing? I mean, an orc mega vehicle could be a lot of fun to do, though. I'm sure you can hit 500, Nerdhalla. Starting on your Skeletor, excellent. If he's only 10 away. We'll make some noise. Make some noise. Pretty sure we can make up 10. The community is fantastic, and they're all over the place. And I'm going to sneeze. But I hit the mute button in time. Thank you, Mark. Let's get over there and get all of those 10. Megatrain could be really cool. I almost feel like that would be a longer mat to play on, like a longer board. Just thematically. I did not do the hat already. I got to get the hat for No Fox. No Fox is still waiting. Spare table have his 13. Okay, yeah, I could totally see that. I could totally see that, like, crazy Megatrain looking thing. That could be pretty cool. Where is my top hat? I don't know, man. Hold up. I unbury things. And then check for spiders. And there's a spider. I wasn't wrong. There's a little bitty one. You see him? We gotta be out of that hat. Little spider guy. Gotta be out of the hat. It's true. Oh, I'm well within 6 feet of a spider at all times, especially when I'm working down here. There he goes. I wonder if my hair. No, my ponytail is up higher than it used to be. So this makes parachuting particularly concerning. Hold up. Let me get this up higher so that it doesn't end up at the brim. Like fuzz on it and everything. There we go. Problem is, I'm gonna bang into my camera a bunch. Could have gone out and grabbed the bowler. Ready? Ooh, okay, good. I'm in a good spot. Not actually bumping into the camera. There. Now the distinguished gentleman has been redeemed and fulfilled. Microscopic spiders, commonly mistaken for mites. They are your allies in your war against the other bugs. You'll take them. Nice. Dip. Dip cleaning. Oh, there was a doubles. We had the doubles. We had the battle is ready to go, so I will grab that in just a second. Remind me to make sure we get that battle done. Made them unconscious and rifled their pockets for new vocabulary. Yup. That's true. I'm actually kind of surprised the camera angle gets the entirety of the hat. Hey, Pyro. Good afternoon, you suppose. It is 12:52 for you and I. For you and me? I think you and me is the proper one in that case. You still sitting down to breakfast? Yeah, I just finished up a quick lunch. Oh, I dig it. I know where you're at. Working on Thistle's Marines here. I mean, there's no way that I am more than 6 feet away from a spider in this house, like a regular old spider of some sort. They're all over the place. Primarily just in between floors. Yep, we're just working up. So I'm working on the silvers at the moment. So I'm working on making sure that the arms have some depth to the silvers, and that the bolters and the silvers on various things are taken care of. All right, beating times. All right, what do we got? Time to go wreck some fools. Here we go. Weathering Cephalopod is stuck behind everybody else with that rogue trying to get out. Oh, got shot by those old drones. Oh, if we take over those things, do they give us the drones? That's kind of cool. So that other one is sort of holding the line at the moment. How the heck do I have the most kills? My goofy slow paladin. Doing goofy slow paladin things. There you go. Alright, now turn around and take care of this big dude. Alright, doing well. 7 guys left. I think it's mostly just these little dudes. You ran away for a 2-hour nap. That's okay. Welcome back. I hope the nap was very refreshing. Hey, Crystal Mouse. That's okay. I appreciate the lurk. Super appreciate the lurk. We absolutely support naps. Is that the last thing? This weird, like, generator bit? What is it? A slime tank. Marching in on that slime tank. Are we out of healers? Mark's guy isn't. Centurion's not getting healed. Got some sparklies going on. They have bonk. Nice. There we go. Red Jar gets the extra 15 gold. Gonna go to the glitch battle next. Work on this one. I kind of want to. Is my artillery back up yet? Nope. But my bugoid pistolier is. I'm gonna drop him right here. Where's my silver? There it is. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I would say take it while you can, because as soon as that kiddo starts getting big in the belly, it's gonna sit on things that's gonna make it uncomfortable. I think Daisha was talking about getting one of those like U-shaped pillows that'll help you spread the weight of the kiddo in different places so that you don't get it on like your kidneys. Nap City on the new deck, nice. That's awesome. I'm really happy for you guys. I'm really glad you guys managed to get a house as well. That's fantastic. I know you've both been working your butts off to kind of make that happen, so being able to actually capitalize on it and make it a reality is awesome. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it. It sounds like you guys did like got the baby started and then got the house started. Managed to get them both done. Tess and I sort of did it in a similar thing. Tekinosa with the crazy amount of bits. Look at all those unicorn hearts. Thank you very, very much. That is fantastic. But yeah, that was awesome, Helen. I'm really happy for you guys. Be prepared for No Fox going full goofball dad, though. I can see that happening. Nice. He gone. Yep. Never had a silly day in your life. Says the guy who I was laughing while he looked directly into the camera with the magnifying goggles on. Was definitely a have you seen my stapler moment. Super serious businessman. Dash, thank you for the bits. More bits. Dash is just chucking bits. Let's get the silvers there. So you can put a number after it, for example, Hype 30, but with actual bit mode. You folks are approaching retirement age. They got a cozy little house in the Netherlands recently, and it's one of those hanging egg-shaped seats. Those are great to relax and read in. Yes, they are. The sort of like pod sky chair kind of things. I like those. I want to get myself a sky chair from one of the vendors. There's a Renaissance fair semi close to me, and they have this one vendor by the door that sells these chairs that are essentially like hammock chairs. They're super comfy. I don't have any place to put them right now, though. I wouldn't want to just leave it outside in the weather. Hmm. Find one that doesn't necessarily have you sitting directly on your tailbone might be okay. like a split chair, so the weight could be on your on like the backs of your thighs might work well. Give you a couple months. Yeah, it's true. Kiddo's coming along. Kiddo's probably like not even the size of your fist yet. We'll get keyboard totally betrayed you on that message. App tracker thing will tell you. Oh yeah. Yeah, how big is that kiddo right now? 2 days after you injured yourself, as painful as it got. Yep. Imagine. Tailbone injuries suck. Big as a disposable Kodak camera. There you go. That's not super big. Like a little bit, yeah, a little bit smaller than like fist size, I guess. Or the red stapler from Office Space, or a cucumber. Yep. Tailbone and lower back suck because you carry a lot of your weight there, and there's not much you can do about that unless you want to like lay down in traction. Movie props, 80s, 90s nostalgia, and fruit. There you go. Sounds like you are having a very nice birthday day off. Want to hang upside down like a bat. Got lunch in the way, gonna sit here and do nothing while Mr. Fox works so I can hang out with him. Nice. I was doing that the other day. Sometimes I do that in the morning when test gets started. A little dusting on this elbow down here, I think. You get one of those inversion tables or whatever they're called, the ones that flip you upside down and hang onto your feet. I know a friend of mine tried one of those and it actually screwed up his back pretty bad. A certain puppy taking a nap. I do that with my cats a lot. If I get a cat on my lap, I won't move. And then my leg starts to fall asleep. Yeah, then you can't move. That's the rules. They finally decided to give you a tracking number. 5 months later. Depending on what it was, it could have been like super duper back ordered. Like if it was anything having to do with electronics, I can totally see that happening. 616 lost a lot of weight. Sif was hanging out with us yesterday. She spent some time up on the desk yesterday afternoon. Tends to show up around like 3. It'd be lapdog when he's fully grown. What you need? You need an 80-pound lapdog, or like bigger. Speaking of Sif, there's some cat fuzz. You managed to grab your hair with his puppy teeth. 120-pound lapdogs are the best. I was about to make a comment that might have sounded inappropriate, or at least disparaging, or at least derogatory, but I was going to say that's what my wife is for. He's roughly in that range. Hey, Orc Space Chomp, what's up? Do you like privateer press minis? Typically, yes. I have an entire Crixian army and a whole bunch of Circle Ouroboros. I have a. Somebody might be sleeping on the couch tonight. No, she's not listening. I do not play Warcaster. If it weighs more than your Ezo, it's not a lapdog. I painted 50 pieces last year for a client. They're okay. Like they're all right. Those figures are okay. I wasn't a super big fan of the color scheme that they wanted, but it was mostly just like gray and white. And they wanted this sort of blue-green energy glow instead of the orange or whatever faction it was. They had like knights or something. Um, it was okay. It was honestly, it was a little bit sort of blah to paint 50 of them that way. Lots of foot soldiers and then a couple of their warjack things. Puppy teeth are pointy. Yeah, I would have gone with, if I was gonna do something, I would have gone with a deeper gray and a brighter contrast color on top of it with maybe some blacks. Or if I was going to do it myself, I'd have to take a look at it, but I might do something ridiculously bright depending on what faction I was working on. Planning to get a doggo once the kiddo was born. Nice. Get the doggo around the same time so that the puppy doggo and the kiddo can grow up together, and then kiddo will have a buddy. Honestly, like when you got down to it, I found the minis a little. I don't want to say they were boring to paint, but I definitely got kind of bored because it was the same color scheme on all of it, and I was just like, why it took me so long to do, because I kept like having to take a break, paint something different. I haven't played War Machine in a really long time. I don't know what edition they're on, or if they've changed the rules up a whole bunch, or if there's anybody in my area playing anymore. Sadly. That is true. My mom got herself a border collie, and honestly, she couldn't handle it. It was a great dog, but it was just more than she could deal with. Yeah, War Machine and Hordes were pretty cool. I actually kind of liked the way the game worked. It seemed fairly straightforward. It was one of those things where like every army had something to be jealous about for the other armies, so everyone was always like, "That army's so cool," and they're like, "Shut up! Your army does this, to this, and this." And it was smaller monetary investment to get into it. Honestly, I stopped playing before they started doing their gargantuan like 120 millimeter base figures. I was just like, once they started doing that, I was like, well, now they're moving into the realm of Warhammer, where they're making bigger minis just for the sake of making bigger minis. Like, nah, now I'm done. Yeah, either a job or an active owner. Yep. Doggy parkours. Nice. Learn basic commands. Get them started. Yep, you gotta start them early. Alright, I've been sporting this hat for long enough, I think. I don't wear it enough so it hasn't really completely broken in, so the band gets a little bit tight around my head. Nice. But can he sit down while he's excited? Like if you can get them to sit and stay while they're excited, then then you know you've made it with the dog as far as behavioral training and making sure that they know not to jump on folks. You're watching a dog rescue training and his black lab who was supposed to sit in place and would wait would crawl forward every time their owner would look down. When they were owner looked up, they would look around innocently. Have I been to the Von Trapp Lodge in Vermont? Negative. My brother's black lab was probably is because he's still alive the best behaved dog I've ever met. Like that puppy would sit and wait. They'd put his food down. He wouldn't move. He'd sit there. He'd wait, and then he'd be like, "Okay, Diego, go ahead." Diego's no longer alive. Aw. Thanks for ruining my day, Noah. No, I'm just kidding. When did he go? He was getting old. He passed this summer. Yeah, he was getting old for a pupper. He Graham got Diego. Major seemed good. Get that back where it's supposed to be. Now that I've got the hat off. Oh god, John Renlo, that's ridiculous. Puppy piddle sprinkler. Alright, that was gunmetal. Gonna do some dwarven steel. Apparently after prep, Kung Pao chicken only takes like 5 minutes to make. Yes. It was 14? That sounds about right. 14 is pretty good. 14 is pretty good age for that dog. Sad to hear that he went. He was a good boy. Got a light flicker. The light flicker to me sounds like they switched on the panels again. Sounded like they flipped it outside because it's right outside my window. I should put in typos for the lurk command, so that when you do exclamation point lurge, Chromie responds. All right, next up. Next up, dwarven steel. It's the next up, silver. Get dwarven steel on the edges. This is where I'm going to be a little careful. Dwarven steel is pretty bright, and if I go in and do this appropriately, lurch, exactly, that would be great. I use water-based acrylics. Cuttlefish Colors is my primary paint source. They do really, really good. They're nice. They're thin paints. They play well with other paints. I use a lot of Vallejo colors as well. Vallejo Air is my next up. I use Cuttlefish Colors, Vallejo Air, a little bit of Army Painter. I use some Citadel depending on what I'm working on. Mostly they're contrast paints I like. I don't use a lot of Citadel standard stuff. But their inks and their contrast paints, I don't mind. You got your Taco Tuesday. Nice. But yeah, I use Cuttlefish on pretty much every figure I paint at this point. At least a little bit. A little paint critique. What you working on? In work in progress? Nice. Let me get in there in a sec. I'll take a peek. There we go. That's what I like to see. So now, get a good close look at this. From underneath, it gets a lot darker. And then as you get up to the top, it gets a lot brighter. So from the front, you should be able to see the difference. And that's what I was looking for. Image is most likely distorted because I had to use a magnifying lamp. It can be tricky. Taking pictures of miniatures is very, very difficult. It is not very forgiving. So it can be very, very tricky. By the way, you guys, the Grogu piece is taken. It got picked up. First is so the Marine there. First attempt at painting in 6 months. Let me take a close look. Did you prime him? Okay. I notice he's got a little bit of chip down on his leg. It might be that your paint was getting rubbed off by some of the other stuff. Reds are super hard to deal with. You might need to thin out your paint a little bit. Oh, is it dust? Okay. You might need to thin out your paints a little, and you might want to start with a darker red color. If you undercoat it with a color, I have a tendency to like to use like rust reds or browns as undercoats for red. And then that will allow you to build up into proper reds, and then you can hit it with a red ink wash, or even like a sepia tone ink wash, like this stuff, from Sepia, and that gives your reds way more depth. Hey, that's a name. How's it going? With these guys, there are some parts of them I'll be doing with reds as well. So I think the cloak on this guy is going to be reds. So stick around, and when I get to that, we can work on those together, and I can give you some tips for it. Hey, Lady Kachara, how you doing?
You want to have a
quick look? Okay, guys, give me a second. I need to step outside to check in with the contractors on the roof stuff. I will be right back, and then we'll get that battle done for Stream Raiders. Sorry, weird interruption. Like I said, we've got a bunch of stuff going on today, working on my house. Don't go nowhere. See you in a couple minutes. All right, Joe Frick, thank you for hanging out. But we'll be right back. There we go. So those guys did a fantastic job outside, if anyone was wondering. So my initial issue, yes, it looks like it. So my initial issue was that we had solar panels up on the roof. We have solar panels up on the roof. And the solar panels that are on the roof, a pen. I thought I had a pen. Where did it go? Over here. So my roof looks like this from the side. Okay. So this is the main part of the roof. Goes down towards the back. This is the little venti thing that they have up in the house. This is another portion. This is like my entryway, right? There's windows over here. So the panels previously absolutely no fucks. So the way this roof was built, so what happened is if you're looking at it from, so this is from the side, you know, if you're looking at it from the top, it would look something like this. There's a little chimney bit here. There's a little like other dormy window kind of thingy over here, right? And this is where that spot bends. So they have a panel, another panel, and then they had 3 panels this way. And then they had, I think, 2 panels down here. But there was this space. So the space happened between it. And what happens is the snow piles up and the snow slides down this way. Okay, and it slides off of these panels this way. But when it comes off of these panels, what happens is right here in this spot, the snow builds up. And then it freezes and it causes an ice dam, which gets up under the shingles and it drips down into my dining room. So I was like, guys, this is a problem. The company that is managing the solar panels is called Sonova. They're douchebags. Don't go with anybody who's doing Sonova managed panels, or if you have an option, get it managed by somebody else. What the Trinity guys came in and did. Okay. What the Trinity guys came in and did was they took all the panels. They took these panels and they slid them up. So this is my little bend in the roof. They took the lower panels and they slid them up to where that bend is. And they took the upper panels and they moved them down. Hold on, there's the big panel here, another panel here. So now there's a contiguous line of panels. So now the snow will slide all the way off the roof instead of bunching up in between those. I got more panels on this side of the roof over here, obviously, like for solar panels, but like that's all they needed to do. And they just made some adjustments. They repositioned things and they slid stuff down. And now that gap is closed. And now the snow is going to come right directly off the roof. Trinity were the people who did the installation. Sonova manages it after the installation is complete. They basically deal with making sure power gets routed properly, and I pay them the leasing fee for the panels, which is probably less than half of what I would be paying the electric company. But when I called them and I said, hey, the panels are causing issues, there's ice damming and it's causing leaks inside my house. And I sent them photos, and they had guys come out when it was dry out, and they were like, "Oh, it's not solar panel related. You know, it has nothing to do with where it was mounted or like the mounting points against the roof and all this other crap." And I was like, "You guys are full of shit. The ice dams are created by the solar panels. This is solar panel installation related. You cannot tell me that this is not caused by the panels." So I posted it on social media, and I called them out, and I also tagged Trinity, who did the initial installation. A day later, Trinity came out with 2 guys, looked at the installation, and went, "Yeah, that's totally where snow is going to build up. That's a problem. I think we can fix it." He got up on the roof, he took a look at it, he's like, "Oh yeah, I've got some ideas." Sonova still refused to say that it was solar panel related. I told Sonova, "Well, then I guess I'll have to be talking to a lawyer, so the next time you hear from me, it'll be with some legal documents. Because I can get an engineer out here, and they can look at that, and they can clearly see that it is in fact solar panel related." So Trinity came out and dealt with it, because they did the initial installation, and they were like, "Nope, this is a problem, we'll fix it." And they fixed it today. The last time I said, like I said, the last time I spoke to Sonova, I told them that I would be calling lawyers. And instead of doing this in an amicable manner, we were going to do this the hard way. Because I even spoke to some of the supervisors for the rep that was trying to tell me that it was not solar panel related. And I was like, "You guys are just being dumb." So after Trinity came out, I got a phone call, and I didn't answer it. They left a voicemail. And they were like, "Hey, we got some information from Trinity. We want to talk to you about the situation with the solar panels and blah, 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 blah." But I didn't call them back. I figure I'll let them sweat it out. That's a name right there. I think that would be a lot of fun. And I am also a fan of the Halo franchise, so that would be right up my alley. So yeah, I basically told Sonova that they could get bent, and that I'd be calling lawyers, and we'd be having a different kind of conversation later on. But they called me back. I'm just gonna let them sweat it out. We're like, "Nah, we're not gonna even call them, not until this is completely resolved." And then when I get back in touch with them, I can be like, "Nope, you're done." If I could have my panels managed by somebody else, if I had the option to swap it out, I would do so immediately. Like, they really, really, really piss me off. Whereas Trinity came out and was like, oh yeah, no, we get it. We totally understand. Yeah, this is solar related. We'll deal with this." And they moved to deal with it basically immediately. Sonova was like dicking me around and saying that it wasn't solar panel related. They weren't responsible for it. If I wanted to get the roof fixed, they could quote me to pay for them to remove it and reinstall it after the roof was fixed. So they were perfectly willing to have me spend more money to take the panels off and put them back on in the same place after I got the roof patched. Not move them, not deal with the installation location issue, nothing. So that it would basically just happen again, and I'd have to do it again. And in the conversations, the person I was talking to basically admitted on the phone that yes, that happens in this region with installations of that nature. They know about it. And they said we could sell you some snow guards, so they have a solution for it. And I was like, so you have a solution for the problem that you are willing to sell me after I have discovered that your solar panel installation is damaging my roof, but you refuse to claim responsibility or to basically deal with the problem. And I was like, no, 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 no. That's not how this works. That is not how this goes. I was like, I need a copy of this phone call. And they refused to give me a copy of the phone call. They were like, this phone call is property of Sonova. We don't give it out to people. And I was like, you have some property on my roof that I am leasing from you. So you're going to deal with that property too? Because you can take that property right the hell back if you guys are going to be such douchebags about it. And I'll find somebody else to do the solar panel installation. I've had it up there for 2 years, but yeah, I was pissed. I was so pissed. Yeah. So I called him out on social media. Like, if you look at my Twitter account, I put all the information in there. I put the photos in there. So Trinity is going to be getting all of the kudos, and Sonova is going to be getting all of the negative review and bad press, as far as I'm concerned. Because holy crap, their so-called customer service was absolute garbage. But yeah, right now we're just leasing. So I mean, the system I put on cost me about $150 a month. I did forget Stream Raiders. Thank you for the reminder. But if I were to pay the electrical bill, I'd probably be looking at $300. Because Tess and I work from home. We have computers. We have an electric hot water heater. I have a electric vehicle. It's, yeah, it would be super expensive. Stream Raiders. I did get lost in the rant. I apologize. Alright, I need to catch up. We need to move up with those guys. We're gonna haste our lower group. Try and make sure we can clear it and get to the upper guys. It was a shit show, yeah. Otherwise, the panels are fantastic. I absolutely love solar panels. They're fantastic, and everybody should have them on whatever building they're in. Like, businesses should line the south facings of any building they have with panels. Ooh, this is good. You guys are doing a good job. Like, solar panels, wind turbines, and geothermal are the best ways to design houses and buildings. It's literally a no-brainer. Yeah, so Trinity is awesome. Trinity is being responsible for their installation. They are doing a fantastic job. The crew outside was great. They've been respectful. They've been distanced. Considered it, but we were in Belgium where it rains 3 days a week and it's cloudy the other 4. You don't need perfectly clear skies to generate electricity. Any amount of sunlight will do it. You were still in Midwestern, you have gone with turbines? Yeah. Yep. And realistically, it's been like 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks. It's the middle of January. And they had guys that came out and took care of it. That is exactly what we're having put into the house. Jukan. That is exactly what's going into the house. That was the last thing. My oil tank started being faulty. Lady Kachar, Weathering Cephalopod, Friendly Pyro with the bonuses. Taking a drink. So, the way geothermal works, we're having a renewable energy session today. Apparently, it might not be what you guys signed up for, but it's what you guys are getting. Geothermal is fantastic. So what they're doing is they're drilling a borehole in my front yard that's going to be like a foot or 2 in diameter. They're running a pipe 350 to 400 feet down, which comes around and loops and comes back up. And then they're having a small trench that goes back to my house. They're removing the the air conditioning unit from the outside. They're putting all the piping into that side of the building. They're removing my old oil furnace. They're replacing it with the geothermal heating unit. And the geothermal heating unit does compression because under the ground by like 3 or 4 feet, in the area where I live is always like 53 degrees. So what they do is they run the pipe down there. So if it's cold out, they take the cold air, they run it, they draw the heat. They use a compressor, like an air conditioning compressor, or one from your refrigerator, and they compress it, which heats it up. They take the heated fluid, they use it to heat coils, they blow air across it, and they heat the house with it. Then they take that fluid, they send it back out, they run it into the ground. They take the fluid that's been cooled because it took all the hot air out of it, and they run it through the ground to warm it back up. They send it back through the compressor. They compress it, they heat it up, they blow it across. As it comes out of the compressor, it gets decompressed, it drops down below 55 degrees to like 30. They zip it back into the ground, they warm it back up. In the summer, they send it in reverse and they pull it out the other way. They take the hot air, they zip it back across, they heat up the fluid that goes through the coils, they send it through the compressor in the opposite direction, it decompresses it, which cools it down, sends that through the ground, and then it warms back up. They take the hot air, they put it into the stuff, they heat the fluid. The fluid goes down, dumps the heat into the ground, cools it down, it comes back up at 50 degrees. So if it's 100 degrees in my house, it runs the air through, it drops it back down to like 75 or 80, and then it does it that way. So you just run it in reverse. It is super efficient. The pipes are insured for 100 years. And there is no fossil fuel involved. It is just an electric pump that runs. There is no carbon footprint. It's awesome. 5 times more efficient than an oil furnace or like a coal furnace or any fossil fuel related stuff. It's a little more expensive. It's about 50% more expensive to do the installation in my house than it would be for a new oil furnace. But after that, 2 or 3 years, it's paid for itself. I don't have to pay for oil. I don't have to do any of that other stuff. So it's a little bit more upfront. We could be done with fossil fuels by now. Yeah, absolutely. I did forget to pick a battle. I'm just going off. I'm sorry, you guys. Here we go. This is me. This is me going off about stuff. I used to sell solar panels. It might, yeah. In the city, it might be a little tricky. Particularly because what tends to happen in the city, you don't have a good spot to drill. But you still might be able to pull it off. Because it still works, because underground in the city, when you get into the subways and stuff like that, it still stays warm. Hydrogen fuel engines would be great, because the only thing that hydrogen fuel engines kick out of the exhaust pipes is water. Hydrogen fuel is just tricky to make at the moment. If businesses wanted to, they could invest the time and energy into doing it. But honestly, oil companies and fossil fuels have been like screwing people over in that regard for a long time. Is it at this point? I heard it was expensive to do. I heard it was expensive to do. Like you make aluminum with electrolysis as well. They set it up for an entire block, mostly charge homeowners for maintenance. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. It's half the reason why aluminum cans were getting, recycled so much, was because making the aluminum is really tricky, or at least expensive, energy-wise. Compressed air automobiles using the spin. Yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah, but I'm all about the new energy types. Get away from burning stuff. Sooner we get away from like literally just burning things to make our energy, the better off we'll be. Fossil fuels are a super short-term, short-sighted way to do things. Geothermal, hydroelectric, hydrogen fuel cells, all that fun stuff. It would, yeah. Yeah, freezing the rain, that makes sense. Yeah, doing that would be great. And it's just a matter, there's an infrastructure that has to get readjusted, is really what it is. And unfortunately, there are people with interests and footholds in the industries that make the oil and make the other stuff that are holding things back, in the US at least. I know in other parts of the world, they've gone like with their renewable, they've gone like into the renewables 100%, and it's fantastic and smart. And it just means that the US looks dumb because they're dragging their feet. And it's because of greedy corporate interests. So people need to grow up. Everyone from the 60s was super short-sighted. So. Oh yeah, I mean, they're way more. You still have a gas heating system. Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really follow what business folks are doing. Like, I don't really care, because I don't trust anything they do as being genuine. I feel like it's mostly just publicity. 63 cents per cubic meter. That's pretty fantastic. Where is my Cuttlefish Colors black ink? You have electric everything except your stove. Yeah. I'm gonna electric everything now except for the pellet stove. We're not being shut out like if the power goes out. Propane stove, that's good. The next step for Tess and I, the next step in this house is to get a solar wall battery bank installed. That way the solar panels can continue to produce energy while power is down in other places, like off the grid and whatnot. All right, got some black ink from Cuttlefish Colors. What I'm going to do, wash the black ink over all of my silvers. Gonna get right into a bunch of the cracks. It's gonna make sure that the runes stand out. We're gonna get some more of the detail popping from all of the skulls and between the fingers. There we go. And it'll still be darker from underneath. Yes. It is, as far as I know, it's for Killteam play. Um, I just paint them, Shukan. I just paint them. I don't play. I don't ask. I have no idea. You can't be picky if you don't have the money. That is 100% true. But the technology for doing it is getting better and cheaper because there are new brains on it, making it more efficient as we speak. I'm very optimistic that we will see some really nice advances soon for environmentally conscious options. That's the problem. Right now, it's a bit expensive to get in there to start, but soon. There's fully electric motorcycles. I really want one. Nice part about electric motorcycles is that they're much lighter vehicles, so the efficiency goes farther. Yeah, a lot of motorcycles are very efficient because of the power to weight ratio. My bike isn't as much because it's big, but I still get like 45 to 50 on it. Potentially. So a lot of the thing with hybrid though is that they use a lot of the electric motor is there for startup and low speed and stuff like that, I think. Um, and it has something to do with basically regenerating the batteries with the braking. But as much as the power to weight ratio on motorcycles make them fuel efficient for internal combustion engines, I imagine it would make it a little bit less so for that particular function because there's not a lot of weight, but you might be able to get some energy back. It's not Trixie, it's Chromie. Chromie would be happy. Chromie. She hasn't said much in chat recently, so. Top speed of 40. It's a good like in city, a good in city transport. We actually had some bots show up recently, so we restocked Chromie's spam bot crunchies recently. All right. Again, just using the black ink wash. What this is doing is it's getting in, blending some of the colors together. There was a trend during the early hybrid vehicle boom where people were trying to get the best mileage by altering driving habits. I think some getting there. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. And if you alter your driving habits in a regular internal combustion engine vehicle, the same thing happens. You get way more fuel efficiency. Surprise, surprise, if you don't drive like a lead-footed speed demon, then you actually get way more fuel efficiency. Otherwise known as, if you don't drive like an asshole, you get to drive longer. Well, what I'm talking about is like fast acceleration, um, stomping on the gas. Once you get up above 60-ish miles an hour, but the zoomy makes the happy chemical. Well, it's true. It do. I know. I I am 100% guilty of that. Don't even. I can't say that I was not a person who had their license revoked when he was in his teenage years because he got too many speeding tickets over the course of a year. Because that would be lying. Now you see, I really enjoy it, me personally. But it's not the same for some folks, you know? Some folks don't like it as much. Nah. Not a hostage in my car. Never have been. Yeah. I mean, I started in a tiny little Honda, and it let me go all over the state and all over my part of the country in the Northeast. And I really enjoyed that freedom, so I never really thought of it as uh I don't know, anything but that. All right. Good. But some people don't like to drive. And it's understandable because there's a lot of other people on the road being complete morons. So you just gotta, you know, if I didn't enjoy driving, I wouldn't have a motorcycle. If I didn't understand that there were a lot of other morons on the road, I wouldn't have a motorcycle. So I drive very carefully, keep my eyes on other people. I keep my eyes on potential hazards in the road because I've practiced driving. I practiced this motorcycle driving thing and safe driving for like 15 years. Actually, hold on. How long have I been married to Tess? 13? So like 13 or 14 years, yeah. Oh, that's just me. Some people don't like it, and that's okay. I do not begrudge anybody their own perspectives from their own point of view. Jelly Bomb! What is up, Jelly? How goes? How was your stream, Jelly Bomb? Thank you very much for that raid. That is super kind of you. I appreciate it. Welcome all of Jelly Bomb's buddies. What have you guys been up to today? Do I have any mods? Do I have any mods hanging out to give Jelly Bomb a shout out? Or am I going to have to put this mini down to do it? Got cut short by some game maintenance. What were you working on? What were you playing? Sadly, no Fox. It's a mod only. Ah, you were playing Warframe. Gotcha. Is today a maintenance day for Warframe? Yep. Yeah, I do the shoutouts as mod only so that, you know, it doesn't get spammed in chat. Got a couple of friends who play Warframe. I know No Fox played Warframe for a good long time, right? You're on your annual Warframe sabbatical. Welcome back, Dashmiki. Are you catching up? I know that you got set behind by the bus being super late. Are you managing to recover? Get back into your swing. I have officially tried playing Warframe 3 times, and it doesn't catch me for some reason. I don't know why. I gotta get back into doing some more Mech Warrior Online though. Like I installed it, I played it for a couple hours. I haven't got back to it yet. Unfortunately, that happens for me a lot. I'll do something, I'll find it fairly enjoyable. I'll actually spend a good chunk of time on it on a weekend or something, and then by the time my weekend comes back around, I've forgotten that I had it installed, and I don't play it again for months. So any game that is sort of like battle passy grind related, I tend to fall out of. Oh, just one of the games that you play with your best friend that both of us gets old quick. Honestly, it's the grind mechanic that kind of bugs me a lot of the time. That's why I stopped playing World of Warcraft. It got real grindy, and that's not why I like those games. Alright. So silvers need to dry. Yeah, constant grind boards. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's pretty much as soon as it gets grindy, that's the end of it for me. It's like I really enjoy Diablo for the storyline and then maybe one level afterwards, but after that I don't play it anymore. Alright, so there we are. You see it gets kind of darker as you look underneath it. It's much brighter from the top. So it gives you some depth. A couple layers worth. The silver arms will be the silver arms are basically finished. It's a matter of getting in there and doing the inquisitorial details, and if I want to change up the way the skulls look on that arm. Now, we get the shield. Literally couldn't play WoW but WoW players will never accept that. It's funny how you try to say things like grinding just isn't for me, and they act like you trash the whole game. Yeah. Thank you, Jelly. So these guys are all Deathwatch kill teams, and I just was working on the silvers so far today. And it's already 2:08. Crap. There's a bit of a transition difference. It's almost a platinum color underneath, and it comes up. This guy's gonna have a gold helmet. You're hard stuck at 807,000 combat power in your one game because the only way to get better is to grind. Is that Destiny? Is that Destiny 2? I played a bunch of Destiny and Destiny 2, but it got a bit, again, it got a bit grindy. We've done the silvers so far on this set. 1292 light. Yeah, I really enjoyed the game mechanics and the way Destiny and Destiny 2 played. It's just gun grind, and gun grind for me just didn't do it. So there we go. Those are the medals so far. And wait for some of the inks to dry in the crevices on those guys. So that means I can go and work on other things. Grab. I almost want to make. It does look like the cloaks are red. And it does look like the right knee pad has a stripe, a red stripe on it. On a lot of these guys. So I'll be doing those too. So I think my next step is going to be to work on the reds. The guy that has the hood also has red cloak, but he has some face. There's a face in there. So I'm going to need to deal with face. So the first thing I'm going to do I think I'd go back to playing Destiny 2 some more. If I had a consistent group of folks that we did just game content with for fun, I might go back to playing that more often. But I got out of it, so I'm way behind, and I didn't necessarily want to invest in the DLC or anything like that, the expansions, if I didn't have a group that I was actually just in a consistent game with. And I have a couple of friends who have been playing Warframe for years, and so they don't necessarily want to switch out to something like Destiny 2 because Destiny 2 is just like a different Warframe. So I don't know. It's one of those. It's just I'm stuck a little bit. But whatever. Apparently they paint the underside of this guy's cloak white. The outside is red and the underside is white. And that's going to be a pain in my butt because it's going to be down under here. And getting in there and doing that white and not ruining the black. I'm going to take a wee little brush. I'm going to take dark flesh tone. This is a Vallejo air color. Vallejo game color line, but I use the airbrush stuff because the paint is thinner. I'm going to take actually this is just a game color. This isn't the air color yet. When I run out of these bottles, I replace them with air instead. So like this is charred brown, but I got it for the airbrush as opposed to for other stuff. But we're gonna dip in here real quick with dark flesh tone. And I am just going to kind of dab it in on his face. We'll start with this. Because he is primed black. And again, I don't mind if I get a little bit on the edges of the armor or the edges of the cape, the hood, because I'll go in there and I'll fix it afterward. Once that's dry, I've got some other ones. I've got some darker skin tones from Cuttlefish up to some light stuff, and I'll do most of the dark stuff up and inside. I'll put on some of the light stuff. I'll do a flesh tone wash. We'll dab out some of the other bits. What's that? New follower. Ruler, thank you very much. How goes? What brings you by the workshop today? Did I get your drink? I didn't catch that. Redeem the drink. Let me do that right now. Make sure I do not take it from this glass over here. Do not drink the rinse water. Also occurs to me that I need to get these ammo loadouts that he's got hanging on his chest piece. I need some of those labeled mugs. I've got my wife got me a mug for Christmas. It's really funny because it basically just says paint water on it. But it's like a mug for coffee or whatnot. I don't drink coffee, so for me it would be like hot cider or hot chocolate. Hey! Battle is ready to go. I'm on top of it this time. I am on top of it this time. Biff. After this battle, I'm going to need to bounce out and go get my daughter from school. So I will start things up. Are these guys ranged? Oh god, these are the Slimefullows. I hate these things. At least they're level 1. What do we have? We have lots of ranged in here, maybe? Can't really tell. Get close. See a lot of rogues. Musketeer. A lot of fighters, a lot of warriors, a lot of melee guys. We're doing lots of melee. You have you with your 2 bombs on wheels. Alright, well I'm gonna do this because killing field means that our melee contingent gets a wicked big buff. And then we'll hit it. But yeah, at 220 I need to bounce out. I go away, we take a secondary break for the day. I go grab my daughter from school, and I'm usually back here before 3 o'clock. Usually by 2:45. There we go. Rolling through. God, the vampire and the centurion are just eating people. With the monk down there, the monk is keeping them all nice and healthy, which is nice. The cluster up top is doing work. Hooper Leahy is going bonkers. Tucon, you got a nice cluster in there. You had 6 guys in. That's awesome. There we go. Epic Monk is awesome. Tucon gets the bonus bomber scrolls. Hooper Leahy gets some more bomber scrolls. You get a little bit of gold. Viewers get 6 each, which is great. So we're going to go here. We're going to go to the bank. And then we're going to bounce in the direction of the skins chest. I'll put my monk on the field. I think I'm going to put him on the left flank. All right, where are my skin tones? I use some buckskin. Seth, if you were still around, I wanted to show you this. I may have shown you this before, but every time I grab this bottle, I laugh. Because, I don't know, in transit or in printing, this got smudged. So that could be any kind of Uck skin. Before I put this on the wet palette, I will need to bounce to get the kiddo. So I should be back right around the time, you know? I should be back right about the time when when we get to do this battle. And I'll keep working. I'll do the skin tones. I'll get this guy's face taken care of. Then we'll try and work on the cape. We'll do some red basing, and I'll work up on the reds today. Particularly because I know that you are around, Shukon, and reds can be a giant pain in the butt to work with. Again, grabbing the child from school. We'll be back in just a little bit this afternoon. Working with reds. Like a lot of different companies, the red printing, working, covering all the stuff. Yeah, red is rough. I find that the Vallejo color, Vallejo game color reds, Gory and Scarlet Red, are pretty good to work with. If you're looking for something to use for red, this is one of the best reds to start with, Mephiston Red. Airbrush, if you can base coat your reds with an airbrush, then you're in good shape. That does help a lot. All right, I'll be back. Time to get a stretch, grab a snack, refill your drink, check in with some other streamer folks. I will be back in 15 to 20 minutes, hopefully. Shouldn't be that big of a deal unless for some reason it takes a longer time to pick Leona up. But I'm usually back by quarter of. So we'll see you guys then. I'll continue on these. Alright, I'm back. How much did I miss it by? 249. Oh man, I missed it by like a minute. Missed it by a minute. Battle time. Let's get in there. Hold on. We also have apparently time. Oh. Hitting time. Just turn this on just in case. All right. All right, where are we? Oh, look at this! Look at this cluster! Look at that cluster! Let's go. Ready for bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh no, we've got a bunch of... The bombs can't make it. The little bomber guys. Alright. As we file around, that should actually do alright. Our right flank is still fighting. Versus Berserker. We got some dudes. Thank you, Pyro. Alright, we're doing well. 40, we had a lot of people. We had 56 units. That's awesome, you guys. There we go. We only lost 10 out of that cluster. That's pretty crazy. We also apparently recruited a whole bunch of outlaw goblins. Which is excellent. Cooper Leahy and Java Jeremy. Where are we going? Select these real quick. Ooh, artillery scrolls. Going for the glitchies. Like, so here's the question: do we go for the glitch fight specifically, or do we go for the shiny gold chest? I think the shiny gold chest is our better bet, and then we can sweep up and get the loyalty skin chest. Oh, okay, Dash Miki. Get out of that funk. I drop my rogue. Here. Back over to live. Just got the old Dutch tilt going on. My cat Sif comes in the afternoon around 3 o'clock. Regular as clockwork. Comes in to say hey. Sarah? I didn't see you sneak in. Didn't see you sneak in. Every time you pop in with poo emotes, I just imagine you walk into him and going, shit, why did I walk in here again? Just Sarah missing the show. Ah. Alright. There you go. Muted for meeting. Fluffy butt. Yeah. She's in causing trouble. Putting her tail up on my face. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. What? She's sitting in front of me so that I can't actually work on anything right now. Don't mind that camera. Oof. Yep, cats being cats. Where did this get tangled up? There we go. This camera back. I just had a camera collapse. A full camera collapse. Sifs, but now she's right in the middle of my workspace. So it's kitten petting time. Right, buddy? Hey, what's up, Naffy? You doing more D&D prep? Is that what you're up to today? Hey, 23 months. Holy crap. Yeah, that's your kid. Were you working on this? So sad. Pet me. Yup. Working on the Cobalt tribe. Nice. Hey, Neff, I'm getting Cobalt STL files from Lord of the Print this month. Should be actually in a couple of days. So I may have access to a bunch of really nice ones. Forgot to do that. I was going to do it earlier. Responsible and eat. Actually, I was being responsible in picking up my daughter. I didn't change the subtitle for that one, but Leona had to get grabbed from school, so I had to go get her. Don't know why I'm shaking up paint. It's not like I can do anything right now. There's a huge fluffy bum in the way. This is what I've been working on so far today. Doing the Baroque metals on these guys. Which said no. Oh, is it a are you subscribing? Need to get supper on. You'll be right back. Okie dokie. I didn't know if you were still subscribing or not. I know you did for a little bit. I mean, that's fine. The worst people to be stalked by. Oh, good purrs. How much fuzz do I have on my hands now? Big fluffy monster. Alright. So, I was going to try and get in here and get his face dealt with a little bit, but I might use magnifier for it. Knocked everything over, making a big mess. Didn't break anything, I just knocked things down. Okay. Very, very little of that. Get my magnifier of Google's. This is what No Fox did to me. I couldn't help it. I thought it was hilarious. That's my little teeny one. Let's see if this works. This is my little 5.0 brush. This is the extra super duper tiny small brush. Take notes, Sif? Alright, kitten. I'll catch you later. So the question is, can I get right inside here? This is one of those situations where if I could have had this head off of the figure, I could have actually gone in and done all of this. Like I could have mounted it on a post, mounted the head on a spike, and then got in there and dealt with all this. I did, but I got Craftmelion sticker on it. See? I got Craftmelion's popcorn sticker on it. Yeah, I understand. The glare kind of prevents people from really seeing what it is. But that's sticker gloss. Got sticker gloss for you. Helen19, thank you for the follow. That was buckskin. Let's go with a little bit of toasty skin as well. Now I like this little like goggle setup actually it's pretty awesome. Sort of lets you see beyond time and space. New hobby. Hold on. Let me get my out of the way here. Hey there. Hey there. New to the hobby, been doing the collecting armies for about 3 months now. Already put a full army of Space Marines and Necron, 2,000 points each. Only the Necrons are fully painted, but I'm working on the Space Marines now. Awesome. Well, honestly, the fact that you have one of them completely painted is excellent, especially for somebody who's only been running it for about 3 months. I used to run a Games Workshop store, and I distinctly remember people coming in having been collecting an army for like a year and not having it painted. So good on you. That sounds like the what was it, the Battle for McCrag box set or something like that? With the Necrons and the Ultras in it. Was it the most recent one? I don't remember. I'm really bad with the names of the boxes, unfortunately. Mostly because I don't run a store anymore. Has been some time since I had. It is a huge investment. Yep, that's a lot of points. Although I don't know what the points values are anymore, so maybe it's not as big as I remember it being, but maybe it is. Hard for you guys to kind of see, but I'm getting some facial definition in there. Get the eyes a little bit later. But what I'm going to do, 3 tones and then a flesh wash. Blend things in a little bit. Already interested in other armies too. Eldar has become my next big interest after I'm done with Space Marines. I was always an Eldar fan. I was an Eldar player. I played Dark Eldar for 15 years. For 40k. A long time ago. I have not been playing much lately. I don't play too much at this point. I mostly just paint them. I heard that. Yeah, I heard that they can do that now, which I thought was really weird. But you know what? Whatever they need to do, get the monies. I want to make pretty armies first and foremost. You want to make pretty armies first and foremost. Space Marines and Necrons? Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to share. Pop it up on the Discord, or if you have Instagram or something like that, I'll happy to take a look there too. Very nice of you to say, Zara. Yeah, yeah. Feel free to Instagram link in. That'd be great. Now that I have facial features taken care of, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna touch up the edge of that gorget piece and the insides of the hood, because I definitely got some dark flesh tone on that when I was getting the color in there to start. Cat fuzz in brush. Must free cat fuzz from brush. Get out of brush. There we go. The Redemptor Dreadnought is actually your very first Mini painted. Wanted to work on something big to get familiar with airbrush and paintbrushes. Where they say, I've been working on it for 3 months. Oh, that's lovely. That's nice. I like the purple. Good color choices. Very cool. Is that a hovering predator tank? Their predator tanks hover now? A huge plasma cannon. Nice. I'm Marines never had flying tanks. They have land speeders, which had the hover app, which flew, which were hover and stuff like that. But I never had. When I was playing, they weren't doing the other stuff. I think they're supposed to replace the Rhino / Predator and Land Raider respectively. Interesting. So they're not doing Land Raiders and Rhinos anymore? Like the old reliables. Or did they actually move technology forward for the Imperium? That would be weird. Hold on one sec, I'll snag that other link in just a moment. Doing a little bit of touch up around the Inquisitor symbols on the back. Because I did get a bit of silver on the backpacks, so I'm trying to tidy that up a little. Void Dragon contain. I think I saw that in the list, or in the cycles. Yeah, that's nice. I like the colors. They're so weird. I like Illuminator Xeris. Actually, I think I like Illuminator Xeris more than I like the Void Dragon Shard guy there. Yeah. There's just the colors are a little sharper. I know that the Void Dragon thingy is really big, but I feel like Xeris just looks I don't know, there's more stuff on it that I like. I think there's a little bit more border distinction and stuff like that. As far as the paintwork. Big minis are, big figures are cool and you get nice big things, but I like it when people do nice fine edgings and lines and I feel like your intent on the on Xeris was definitely cool. The bigger figures you can kind of blend one color into the other and move things around and just kind of have it happen. In some ways, larger figures are almost easier to paint because there's more space to work with. So you have to do transitions, and you get to do transitions in more in a larger amount of real estate. And if you can get the transitions in the smaller real estate and still make them look good. All right, so this guy is cape parts we're gonna work on. I think now that we've got the face, we've got some face in there. It shows that you did a lot of work on that figure. It looks good. So, as far as my reds go, working with reds can be a pain in the bum. It happens. It happens. And it happens if you don't have a dedicated workspace And even if you do have a dedicated workspace like I do, sometimes if I'm not careful and I drop a piece and it goes below my desk, it takes me a long time to find it. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to start with dark flesh tone on the outside. You built them before you had a dedicated workspace. Yep. So, in my slightly larger brush, and I'm going to do a little bit of flow improver on it. Make sure I do not get lines. Because it's on a fairly wide spot, so I'm thinning it down just a little bit so that when I paint it on, it'll smooth out well. That was a really small drop. I use really, really tiny amounts of this stuff. It's Liquitex Flow Aid. Just to make sure it smooths out. It's also really good for doing wet blending. So if you're getting figures and paints that are getting kind of thick, this and a wet palette means that you can blend the colors together on the palette and blend them through with a brush. So what made you want to get into the hobby, Alan? What sort of caught your eye about it? Was it the painting or was it the playing of the game? I'm guessing it might have been the painting, since you said you want to make you want to do the pretty stuff first. So did you just like stumble into miniature painting, or do you have some friends who do it and you wanted to give it a shot? You found out that you were good at it and liked it. Usually one follows the other. The friends that do it, oh, I thought it looked really cool. And a friend of yours handed you a little intercessor with just a toy with, and I loved all the detail. All this detail can be brought out with just a few brushstrokes. Who knows, you could do it. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, a lot of the 40K figures have a bunch of detail on them, and it makes it so you can make a figure look really good with a lot of little tricks, little dry brushes here, ink washes there. You can make them look really good without having to go too crazy and invest too much time in it. Like I said, sometimes the more detail a figure has, the easier it is to paint and have look good. Um, you just have to know the little tricks to deal with it. Like, you don't have to get in and paint every little piece if you do solid undercoats, plan for it, and then hit it with some ink washes or some dry brushing or a little of both. Contrast paints, dry brushing, ink washes get you a long way in this hobby. But knowing how the paints work and how they go on and being able to layer them appropriately gets you that much farther. It's just a matter of practice and experimentation. Everything pretty much I learned was primarily through experimentation and observation. I'm relatively good at observing what other people are doing and making that happen. Now, I don't think we're going to go super bright red with this. I think we're going to keep them in like almost muted red. Just so that I can use lighter reds for highlights. I'm also going to make sure that I remember to get the stripe on the knee pad because each of these guys has a stripe. So that'll be the base for the red stripe. Excuse me. We also have all the housings on the weapons. So like this bit right here. Oh, we got the dooblies. The doobly doos. Ready for another Stream Raider battle. Just 1 second to finish up this base coating. I think the thing I struggle with the most right now is edge highlighting. Wet blending I understand, no problem. Glazing is also something I can understand, but I'm a bit too patient for it. Yeah, it just takes a bit of time. Glazing and doing stuff. Is edge highlighting is okay. I really like volume highlighting. Teacup Boy, thank you for that follow. So typically when I'm painting stuff, I like to make it so that my highlights look more realistic. And getting a sharp edge highlight is fine if you do it, if you're looking for like the GW sort of bog standard box art kind of stuff. Because it used to be block highlights and edge highlights were how you did Marines. But if you do volume highlights instead, it makes the armor look really freaking cool. So you don't necessarily follow directly along the highlight lines or the corners of the armor pieces. What you do is you sort of figure out where your light source is coming from, right? And instead of just highlighting along the edges on all the block pieces of the armor, what you do is you get the rounded portion and you find the part where the light's reflecting off of it, and you paint the highlight in that area. and you do it with a couple of colors, and it looks awesome. Tapers out from there. Problem is brush control. Tap the brush on the model. Suddenly, a lot of paint is now on the model. Well, you know what you could do instead of, it sounds like you have a very wet amount of paint, which is fine if it's really smooth, or if it's well applied on the brush. What you can do is you can try dry brushing, but instead of, get a brush so it's to the amount on the bristles where you'd be dry brushing, and use that to start your highlighting, and dip it in, kind of brush it around there, because then you'll get less paint on the bristles, which means slower buildup. Think of it like you're working with makeup or something. Like if I was sitting here and I was trying to put some makeup on or whatever, I would build up slowly to try and blend in the skin tone. So if you do it the same way with the brushes, you work up a little bit, you blend in, you work up the skin tone. So I would, yeah, it sounds like when you're talking about highlighting, it sounds like what you're talking about is what I'm essentially describing as volume highlighting. So if you look at the way the light's reflecting on this greave here, I'd want to paint a slightly lighter color there. So I'd mix a little bit of gray in, and I'd put it right up in there. I'd put it on the boot, and I'd make the point of the boot very, very bright compared to the corners. So you got your black and stuff already in here. That's just the reflection on the paint currently, based on the light source that's right above. That's what I'm talking about. So I think we're on the same page. We're just calling it something different. I need to do that battle. Bip. Stippling. Yep, stippling is when you do little dots. Stippling is for the little dots. This is actually a good cluster. Look at this group. Can I get a good spread? This is the biggest I've got, so we're gonna do. We'll do that. Got some fast folks in here. Run, run, run. Come on. Where's my little rogue going? He ran around a corner for no reason. Now he's grouping up with everybody else. Where's he going? Does he even know where he's going? I think he's going for that little container. I'm really confused about the pathing for that rogue. Yeah, stippling is another technique you can use to kind of get your highlights in interesting places. All right, who got the rewards for this? Hey, Bianca! Mark, Asian Dragon, TL Port. With the bonus. Going for the gold chest. Let's hit it. Go on, Bianca. If anybody in here is unfamiliar with Art of Bianca, please, please, please pop over and give her a follow. She is absolutely fantastic. Does incredible art. I own like 15 pieces from her. And I got my flag in one more. Your new body and soul is lovely. I heard my name got thrown off for quite a. I'm not zoned. You are. You're hoping to work on it today? Nice. When are you going to start that? I want to see it. Yeah, Bianca does amazing work. It is fancy seeing her here. I'm always surprised when other folks pop into my chat. bit more. That should be a good base for my reds. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a bit of this and see if this is still bad. Bianca, I made a baby Yoda. Did I show you the baby Yoda? Hammond claimed it. Get that out to Tam. I decided to put a couple things up for dibs lately. I've got the 3 big dragons up for dibs too, but I don't have good pictures of those. And I showed you my progress on Tiamat so far, right, Bianca? I glued the wings on. I got them fastened, and she's mounted on the base now, like permanently mounted on the base. I think you popped by the other day when I was mostly through where she is. But the wings on this dragon, like, it's huge. It makes these Space Marines look tiny. I've been working on this for a bit. He's big. I actually have to zoom the camera out so you can see how large this figure is. My camera is now zoomed out entirely as far as it can go. Space Marines are just individually wrapped dragon snacks. That's 100% true. Like, you could almost fit him. Yeah, you could definitely chomp him in half. I had to move stuff around on my shelf because she didn't fit. On a little bit of an adjustment. Yeah. That'll work. I don't believe I have anybody. Any more red bits on this guy that I need to really worry about. I'm going to see if I can get underneath his cloak. Some of this out. Get it on my wet palette. This is a base coat. The base coat formula from Citadel. They're actually all right. I have primary colors. I've got yellow, red, blue, and like a off-white. And they're not bad for putting on over like a solid undercoat like this for getting lighter colors, which is why I purchased them. They used to have a line when I was running my store called Foundation Paints, and that's basically what these are. These are made to go, and they are a high opacity paint so that I can use colors that are usually difficult, like yellow, red, and white, over black, and not have to build up layers for days. in theory. How are you doing today, Bianca? How's today treating you? You enjoy your foodie time yesterday? Is today Tuesday? Time is weird. You both didn't sleep and overslept, so today is weird. So that lines up. I've had a couple of folks past couple of days have been like either they can't sleep or they sleep funny or they oversleep and it wasn't like good. It wasn't like I overslept because I needed to oversleep and now my body's okay with it. Sounds like you without Adderall. Yeah, we've definitely had some folks pop in, say hey, and be like, weird. Been a weird couple of days. The collective subconscious of the art community is anxious, I think. Might as well throw today out. But at least you came by here. Say hi. I'll throw all of it out. This is one of those situations where I can complain about capes. I need an emote where I can just be like, no capes! Okay, Ed, thanks. You textured your you text I because I'm painting and because I know you paint. I didn't read that as texted. I said textured. So my brain told me that you just textured your neighbor, and I was like, oh, that seems weird. Texted your neighbor to go on a walk so you'd actually take a shower and get ready for the day. There you go. You don't have like a case of the sneaky creeping con crud that ain't gonna get you until after you think you're out. You're like clear. Now I'm just going to take a bit my brown again. Trim the edge out a little bit. So we neaten up white was. $11 yesterday. Got home around midnight, so you were dead. You were so long. You're up so long. You messed with your sleep window. Started watching Toby Spider-Man. You went back to early Spider-Mans. I remember watching that initially when it first came out and we were being very pleased with it. A little less pleased with some of the other renditions of it. Sequels were okay. Some of that did not age well. That is 100% true. It is true. I haven't gone back and watched those. I actually had a physical copy of it someplace. All right. You know what? I missed another Inquisitor symbol. I'll have to get that with the details later. Wipe the dust off your nostalgia glasses before you do. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I went back. I've gone back and I've watched like old Transformers old Transformers episodes, old GI Joe, old He-Man episodes, and been like, "Yep." Old Thundercats were pretty bad on the culprit train. Yeah, Thundercats is rough. Season 1 Gargoyles does hold up pretty well. I haven't gone and watched the other ones yet. Like, I haven't watched too far. I started watching that with Leona, I think when she was a little too young for it, but I might go back and we might do it again. But I think Gargoyles, I think the writing on Gargoyles was a bit stronger. Inside of leg armor where I had hit it a little bit with the brush. I had forgotten about that portion. Time travel in any of those gets weird. Yeah, Labyrinth is good. The animated cartoons? Yeah, the Batman animated series is really good. Yeah, I've seen Knight Rider. Mark Hamill's Joker is fantastic. Um, mm-hmm. She should have never listened to that worm. Don't ever go that way. Lead straight to the castle. And that doesn't count as a stupid character decision because she didn't actually know all the information. The worm just was trying to keep her away from the Goblin King. So that's a reasonable way to make the whole movie happen. Okay. Half of your life is waiting for paint to dry. True story. All right, I'm going to use some sacrificial red. I'm going to work up from sacrificial red. And that should coat. I may do 1 or 2 coats of this over these red spots. Should work pretty well. This guy's going to have the most red on him, seeing as he's got the hood and the cape business. Touch, nope. Oh, now, nope. All right. I like the sketch that you posted, Sarah. I haven't done any sketching in a really long time. I really should get back to it. I need to put some sketches together, and I need to do them onto a medium where the next time I get to do a stream with Bianca, I'll actually try and paint something on a 2-dimensional surface with her, like I had said. Yeah. Last time you painted dragons with me. Next time I will try to paint something on a surface, like a piece of paper. Try and do some Bianca style. Bianca style. Actually, what I should do is I should scan the little like quick fantasy displacer beast thing you did on the back of the backing board. I should paint that. You posted it in Discord. Little bird. Was it Discord or was it Instagram? I don't know. I get them mixed up sometimes because I don't pay super attention. I just kind of like go through all the pretty pictures. I think it was the birdie. Pretty was cute stuff. For anybody not aware, Zara, Craftmelion, Spire Painting, and Jarrett's Train Minis, myself, all have a shared Discord. Shared Discord server. Shared Discord. I didn't even say it correctly then. Shared Discord, so that you guys don't have to follow a bunch of folks. We all hang out a lot, and on Twitch, and it's one of those things where we're like, well, why don't we just do one so that everybody who's hanging out with us in general doesn't have to post like shared art 6 times. We have sort of a group Discord server we like to call the workshop. People are free to join up, hang out, share what they're working on, talk about pretty much anything in particular. Sarah's got a little book clubby kind of thing she tries to do every once in a while, although she was moving this year, so didn't have a whole lot of time for it. You can see some of Craftmelion's fantastic pieces. I said 1,000,002 things in 2 minutes. Yeah. Well, that's because that's how it works. That's how it works. Yeah, when you're working with reds, you want to be careful and you want to kind of layer things up a little bit, especially if you go over dark. Whatever you're working on, and the mushroom. Naffy with the epic flying rogue. Red always wants to turn pink, and also, as far as painting it on minis goes, red always ends up looking splotchy if you don't do a couple of layers. It's been the requisite 4 hours. The bear rise again. Is it really? Almost 4 o'clock. What the heck? Yep, that's the bird. It was cute. I'm looking at what am I getting a notification about? Apparently 1 hour ago, I achieved the Empire Business 1. What does that mean? Oh no, the Empire Business 4. Streamed for 2,000 hours total. Holy crap. 4 p.m. means you're done with work for the week. On Tuesday, that's awesome. Son of a potato, you forgot your login. Well, heck. Alright, next up, Sacrificial Red. Right? Is that what I just did? What did I just do? Did I do Sacrificial Red? I did Sacrificial Red, right? Shit. Goes on a little translucent. Let's just make sure. Welcome back. Welcome back, Dash. Were you able to shake that funk? Able to shake that funk. Work for others, then it's on to work for yourself. Got it. Understood. Finish the responsibility work. I get to have some enjoyment work. Alright, we've got a battle ready to go. A doodly doodly doo. Give me but a moment. That seemed really fast. Needed a break from doing responsible things. That one's very pretty. That mushroom is very pretty. Time for Reckon Face buff. Face Recky Buffy Recky Facey Crushy Crush. Go! This guy looks scary. The mecha orc. Makes me nervous. Oh. Good. Good sweep in there. What's slowing us down? What's slowing us down? Don't kill my rogue. Run! Oh, he's dead. At least I converted that spawner up there. The loader bot. This range contingent is doing work. Like, these guys aren't getting into anywhere. Is my guy still alive? I don't think so. I'm not on the list anymore. Crush. He's big. Hey, there he goes. Miss Murr is doing work. And Mark. We got 12 guys left, and it's all clustered around here. I guess they finally finished off our ranged crew, unfortunately. Because they brought in some more rangy guys. Mark, what's your bear doing? Getting stuck. Pathing. Please. What's left? This thing? Bear is drunk. Bear walked right up to the wall like, dunk! I think it reached something though. It made the attack animation far enough away that it could slap the heels on that bear. Alright. Little anticlimactic at the very end because all I had to do was bonk a swan. Bear is clearly sleep deprived. Yeah. Miss and Mercurial Mark. I got some gold. That was nice. I need gold. That was the gold chest. Excellent. Do we have enough time? If we go quick, we might be able to get through and get to the skin chest. Let's drop. I want to put my artillery out there. On a artillery? Archer? Artillery, archer, bomber? Bomber. Let's do bomber. I don't use the bomber very much. You can relate to bear. Okay, where is... I need some other reds. I don't want to go straight to karaoke red because karaoke red is like very bright. Crawdaddy could work. Off to exercise and make dinner. Bye. Bye, Wuthering Cephalopod. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy dinner. Enjoy exercising. After I'm done here, I should go upstairs and I should ride the stationary bike for a bit or something. Java Jeremy. This is a bit of Crawdaddy red. Cuttlefish colors. Looks really bright in the bottle underneath that light. Should go on reasonably well. I've got new color change LED lights for the house that you can control with your phone. It's only a matter of time before my house is basically a rave. I need to show up, and then we can have Bianca's house rave. You can do a kitty cat rave. You can bring Minerva and Sif down, complete with glow sticks. Oh, we can go. I can bring a bubble machine down, and we can put catnip bubbles in it. Really have a kitty cat rave. Find an exercise ball, might have a small air leak in it. Blown it up twice. The first time it deflated quickly with AC was playing on it, and the second time it still lost a bit of air overnight. Not near as much. It might be. Yeah, it could. There's probably just a little leak in it somewhere. Hello again, Thistle. Welcome back. I got the medals done for the arms. We're just working on the reds for this guy. Is that the one? Is that a Black Templar? So is this the one with the chains on his shoulder? Is he gonna be a Black Templar? Should I have done the? Should I have done? I can. I will do my best. Do you So like I said, I was doing them like box art essentially. Um, so is the red cloak okay? The red hood and the red cloak, is that all right? Cool. I always thought it was just black and white, but I am not be all end all when it comes to 40k lore. I think the red might be a little too bright, but I have plans. First, I'm going to see how it dries. Trying to make sure it's as smooth as I can get it. Cool. That works then. But I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with the way the shoulders came out. Like all the left arms being the silvers, I think it looks good, and I think the shield is good so far. We'll get the gold trim done. All right, Pyro, thank you for hanging out. For those of you who don't know, when Pyro says that they are getting ready for work, that means they're getting ready to stream. They'll be streaming. Pyro's been painting some orcs, 40k orcs, and also they do cartography, fantasy cartography. Cool. Yep, I am recording it today as well, Thistle, so you can watch it at like 2x speed once I get it uploaded. Just beat the dwarf level in Aratus. Nice. Which dwarf boss did you get? My paints are chunking a little bit. I think my Cookie sheet is getting a little bit dried out and crinkling. The head of the Alchemist Guild to do with the creative minions. Yep. Okay. From what Nafi says, it appears that there are a couple of different options, so that when you play through on at different times, you might get different bosses. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, the Keymaster was kind of a pain in the butt. Just finished your first squad of infiltrators. Nice. So, a reminder, I won't be on tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're getting one of the basement windows replaced. And if I thought it was cold down here before, that means that it will be frigid down here. It's the big double window in the stairwell to come down. Level 18 werewolf is hilarious. The werewolf is awesome. Honestly, like I said, I think the werewolf might be one of my favorite units in that game. Particularly because it can just be like, oh, you have a support unit in the back. Isn't that cute? Oh yeah, it's a pain in the butt. It's a pain in the butt. The thing is, Zara, is that Tess and I are proactively replacing what could be real issues. 56, 70 attack, 41% crit. Yeah. Bangarang Studio. Hello. I love that name. I love that name. Greetings from Western Massachusetts in the United States. Pleasure to have you here. How are you today, Bangarang? Bangarang, you're in the future. Are you 12 hours ahead of me? Something like that? Like, you're way ahead of me. You may be farther. For you, it may already be Wednesday. $8:15. Yep, there you go. So you are, in fact, 16 hours ahead. Good morning to you. Just working on some Deathwatch Killteam pieces for Thistle's son Lincoln. Well, we know that the world is still here. Happy time zone. What brings you by my little corner of Twitch today? Building some custodial wardens. Excellent. I used to run a Games Workshop, but that was like 10 years ago. So I am so out of the loop as far as what's what now. I was tempted. I almost got back into it last year with the release of the new Dark Eldar stuff. Nice. So I popped up on a recommended. That's cool. It's good to know. Good to know Twitch actually looking out for me a little bit. How's summer treating you down there? It has been in the negative C up here quite often. I love it when I get people from like Australia and Japan and places that are super duper far away. Around 30? 30 ain't bad. Humidity has sucked hard, like 96%. Yeah, that blows. Holy crap, that blows. It's been dry and cold as the heck up here. You actually got frost and you didn't even think to wrap your mango tree. Sif has returned. Kicking my door open. Sif, you need to hop up here for a second. Somebody needs to say hi. Okay? Come here, buddy. No, it's Fluff. Give me the fluffy butt. She's so fluffy. So fluffy. Getting bum. There she is. It will take literally an eternity to dry, but you'll be able to breathe. If you're off the camera. Like, I know. Do you think I'm going to do what you want? You think I'm going to do what you want? This is my face. This is my kitten face. He's being difficult. There we go. There we go. Queen Fluffy Bottom. Look up here. Your little nose. Nice. Those are smooth. I like them. Those are slick. Slick. Very nice. You miss your stinky Sif imposter. Oh. It is kitty break time. It is kitty break time. I wish I could get you. I wish I could get you to look up at the camera a little bit, but it's so bright up here. Here she goes. Hi, bud. Yep. I had to zoom out, and when I reached out to zoom out, she was like looking up at my hand. Their cute face. Up here. Up here. No, don't look at me. Look at my hand. Like, just shut up and pet my head, jerk face. Sif's good at making me a liar. Hey, Thistle. On the Blood Angel, do you want his fancy mask to be gold? I was thinking it was going to be gold, but fluffity pluff. I wonder if I can get this one over here. It's the death mask, either gold. Yeah, this guy right here. This fancy boy. I was thinking gold was going to stand out real well. I don't know. I do not know. Hey, kiddo. Good. And it has pockets. And it has pockets. Kiddo just popped in. Fill in the pockets.
Both dresses. This one. No, I'm probably gonna go. Here's what I pay for that dress shirt.
Yeah. Boom.
And who knew? They were from the exact same.
Who knew?
You know.
Make sure you close that door all the way, because it's cold in the basement. Love you, bye. Want to make a girl happy? Give her pockets. Indeed. Yep. Yeah, it's garbage. Women's clothing is pretty crap. Pretty crap. And men's clothing is super boring. Up and down. There she goes. That was my daughter. That was Leona who popped in to say hey. 7. Going on 15. There's nothing I can do about it. Sif kicks the door open. Men's clothing is super boring. Women's clothing has no utility. You trade in fun clothing for function and comfort. Yeah. Although even the stuff that I've been getting lately, like a lot of the clothes that I've been trying to get lately, even if they're just sort of bland and functional, the quality has been crap. Like super bad. You have 9 and 14-year-old girls. Yep. Yep. I mean, I love her to death. That's for sure. Best miniature I ever made. Yeah, it's like unless you're paying $150 for a pair of pants, they're gonna fall apart inside of a year. It's really rough. That might have been an exaggeration, but I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay more than like 30 or 40 at most. So I assumed. I assumed I was paying way low. Gonna do a squad of intercessors next. Another squad of infiltrators. Nice. You're zipping through those. You rip through those really fast. Um, when did you start painting on those? Like, how long is it taking you to get through? I'm curious to see what your paint time is. $70.90 for a pair of pants. Why? Because you're short. Those that fit like they're made for short women instead of tall little girls is impossible. Ugh. Bleh. I imagine that the shape is all off unless you get specialized clothes, right? That sucks. Ugh. Zara, how about we just learn to make our own clothes? You and I can start our own clothes line. We'll call it Pants That Don't Suck. Affy's got a sewing machine. I have one stashed someplace. Yeah, we don't want a designer because designers will always try and push you towards like the fashion of what people are selling, and I don't want that. I want clothes that don't suck. It puts pockets in things. Okay, good, 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 good. Or they don't get paid. Yeah, that's true. She retrofits all of her thrift finds. Nice. Yeah, she can get pockets into anything. That's a marketable skill. Yeah, my paints are actually like starting to dry up a little bit. Surprisingly, I think I need to refresh the sponge in the paint palette and make sure the temperature in here gets raised a little bit. right. We've got the doobly-doo ready to go. She actually rated you a while back and you keep missing her streams. Ugh. Let me, before I go anywhere, let me open up Bangarang Studio. Let me give them a follow. Let me give Helen a follow before I go anywhere. Who else? Following everybody else. Well, thank you, Bangarang. Oh, look at this cluster. Look at this cluster of meaty beasts. Battle. What is up with all of those guys? That's a lot of dudes. Oh, we're getting wrecked. We're getting wrecked. There's just so many of them, and they're all like level like 10s. Where's our crew? Where's our fighty guys? Uh, come on. Your streaming has been a bit poor lately. You work in a hobby store, and the pandemic has made the mail order go mental, so super tired after work. I get it. You get wicked credit for working in a hobby. Oh, we're getting wrecked, guys. Yeah, that's insane. What was this? What was this? We just got smoked. We got smoked. That sucks. Alright, we're gonna have to hit that again tomorrow, I think. We gotta get through this dude and to this blue chest. We gotta get through this dude and to the blue chest. But I think, the time being, I'm gonna call it a good day. And we will start thinking about who we can raid. Yeah, supposedly that was a 2-skull. I don't know what that was. We had a good chunk of folks on the board too. We had 42 units. But they were all this, we were mobbed by all those little melee guys. It's going to be different the next time we do it, so. Anyhow, let's hop over. Do a little recap. So we started working on the reds for the Black Templar. But we got all the metallic silver dealt with today. Got some good underside shading. Guys kind of rolling. I do like this shield. The shield is pretty cool. But we'll get in there. We'll get the shield dealt with. I like the armor. I think we got the details on the armor done pretty darn well. This guy dealt with him and his big honkin' smashy hammer. Half to that hammer is going to be red. This big old bonk cannon going. Might want to go in and do a little more shading underneath the barrel. Metal on this guy done. So we're kind of batch painting these guys as a cluster. Then we'll start picking out colors and shading up the black panels. Kathy Wapple is painting Holly Monsters model. We had mostly range and they were all assassins. That was the problem. Big sad. Anyhow, me figure out where I'm gonna go. Ba 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 da ba. Beep boop beep loo loo. Where is Kathy? Da-da-do-da-do. 40k epic narrators on. Rogue Trader Mark 1 Space Marine Dreadnought. Oh man. Oh man. I may have to go there. Why isn't Kathy on my list? On. Amy Niece is on. Gotcha. Let's drop in. You know what? Let's drop in on Eeny Meenies. Eeny Meenies has been doing some fantasy Warhammer business, and Eeny Meenies also is an absolutely fantastic painter. So let's bounce over to Eeny Meenies. You guys can hang out. She is fantastic. She's an awesome painter mom. It looks like she's working on some Beastmen at the moment, which should be really freaking cool. Where are we going here? I am gonna head out. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me. We had some fun today. Good Warhammer business. We got most of the layering I want to do for the red, but we did get the medals done on all of these guys in this squad. So that's 5 solid left arms, the shields, the bolters, the plasma combi bolter, the big concussion launcher, the thunder hammer looking dude, and we'll get working on those. Bianca, I will try and catch you this evening if you're doing it this evening, because I want to see that piece because it's fantastic. I want to see what it turns into. Otherwise, we will catch you guys on Thursday. Tomorrow is Wednesday, and Wednesday I will not be streaming because there will be open windows to the outside in my basement, and it's freaking cold. It's freezing weather outside. So, thank you again for hanging out. The bits, the follows, the raids, the cheers, the company is the most important, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. You are awesome. Talk to you later. Be safe, be healthy, be awesome. See you soon.